Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining the conference. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining at the conference. We will start the conference at sharp 3. So I request you all to please stay attached to the conference. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Sabiha Valeem, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shakti.
Thanks for joining, ma'am.
What news? Many registrations?
Ma'am, we have over 100 registrations, ma'am.
Thank God. That is
Paid.
good.
Yes, ma'am. And
128.
you are, yes, ma'am. 158, ma'am.
158.
And students are still registering, ma'am.
Okay, that is good. Good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations to both of you, you and Vinita, for all the pains.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any message from NIN? When will Dr. Hemalatha ma'am join?
Ma'am, no, ma'am, I didn't get any message, ma'am. Rekha, ma'am, have you received any message?
No, not yet.
Dr. Kamla Krishna Swami has also joined. Welcome, Kamla, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Good afternoon, Dr. Shakti Sharma, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Vinita ma'am.
Good
Vinita ma'am,
afternoon,
you
Valeem,
can
ma'am.
Everyone.
Welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Vinita. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hemlatha ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, Dr. Ayan Radha. Hello.
Yes,
I
how
can
are
see
you?
you. Yeah, fine, fine.
I'm not able to see you.
Because my video is off. Now you can see me.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, we'll start with the conference. A very pleasant good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries and our valued participants. NSI Nagpur chapter, in association with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, is privileged to organize 18th Annual Scientific Conclave. The corona pandemic has affected nearly every one of us, not only physically but also mentally. As hard it was on physical health, equally tough it has been on our psychological health. From the trauma of losing our loved ones to the pandemic, to being socially isolated and moving to a virtual world of online schooling and work from home. Various guidelines have definitely been released for managing physical health, from improving our immunity to modifying our lifestyle. But we are still looking for the protocols to be followed for stabilizing mental health. The theme for present conclave, cutting edge recent advances with focus on mental health and RDA 2020, will give us a chance to interact and learn from the eminent scientists about effect of pandemic on our mental health and various nutritional and environmental factors affecting our psychosocial development. The conference would also focus on enlightening on the new recommended allowances for Indians. We hope this two-day national conference would be an educational feast for all of us, and we would gain deeper insight into recent advances in field of nutrition. I welcome you all to this conference. To move ahead with the conference, I am privileged to introduce the convener of a chapter, Dr. Rekha Sharma ma'am. Dr. Rekha Sharma is Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, Rashtra Sant Tukroji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. She has published a book on wheat germ and about 72 research papers in national and international journals. 8 students were awarded PhD and one has submitted her PhD thesis. Ma'am was nominated as SWAYAM coordinator of RTM Nagpur University, and an online course on functional foods and nutraceuticals has been launched for the 6th time through SWAYAM portal. More than 10,000 learners from 74 countries enrolled for the course. Ma'am was also nominated as Regional Coordinator of Western Region for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Rashtrasan Tukroji Maharaj Nagpur University. We are privileged to have you, ma'am, as a convener of a chapter, and I now welcome you to present your welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Shakti. Honorable President of today's program, Dr. Hemalatha, Director, National Institute of Nutrition and Indian Council of Medical Research, Hyderabad. Honorable members of Nutrition Society of India Headquarters and Nagpur Chapter, and dear delegates of National Scientific Conclave 2022. Good afternoon, one and all. A very warm welcome to all the delegates of National Scientific Conclave 2022 with the theme Cutting Edge Recent Advances in Nutrition, which will cover mental health and recommended dietary allowances 2020. Nutrition Society of India Nagpur Chapter has been organizing such annual scientific sessions right from the beginning when the chapter began in 1985. The main aim of organizing this scientific session or conclave is to promote budding scientists to showcase their researches before the galaxy of scientists working on nutrition and allied sciences like pharmacy, biochemistry, food technology, agriculture, Ayurveda, and medicine. For this National Scientific Conclave, we have painstakingly selected topics after rigorous brainstorming to address the issues related to recent pandemic of COVID-19, certain environmental issues, and yes, the most important for we nutritionists, that is recommended dietary allowances 2020. For these topics, we have invited a galaxy of stalwarts from National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, the premium institute which has attained global recognition for its pioneering studies on various aspects of nutrition research. Special thanks to Professor Ayan Radha Madam for requesting and inviting these stalwarts for this scientific conclave. Thank you so much, Madam. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Hemalatha Madam, Director, NIN-ICMR, for accepting our invitation and joining the inaugural session. Dr. Hemalatha, Director, NIN-ICMR Hyderabad, will present a keynote address on theme cutting-edge recent advances in nutrition. Dr. Meena Hariharan will acquaint us on India and psychosocial response to COVID-19. Cognition is one of the learning domains, and Dr. Sylvia Fernandez will appraise us with role of nutrition and environment on cognitive function. Dr. Dinesh Kumar will explain us about the emerging challenges on nutrition pollutants interaction. And we all are aware of the recent RDA 2020. We come across two more terminologies along with RDA, that is EAR and TUL. We have invited Dr. Raghu, scientist, F, Drug Safety and NIN-ICMR, who will explain to us the intricacies of RDA. Dr. Laxmaiah, Secretary NSI, would be the guest of honor in valedictory function. Hope the deliberations by the eminent speakers at the conference would definitely provide the insights of cutting-edge recent advances in nutrition in young minds of research scholars, delegates, and student communities. Let us hope this would stimulate ideas for innovations and startups, which have become the important part of our outcome-based education. Organizing this conclave will also gratify objectives of Nutrition Society of India, that is to disseminate findings of research in nutrition and allied sciences through annual meetings, symposia, seminars, and workshops. It will also gratify objective to motivate young nutritionists to take up research in nutritional sciences through awards and prizes. I, along with my team of Nutrition Society of India Nagpur chapter, once again extend my warm welcome to all. Thank you. Thank you, Shakti. Over to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. Moving ahead, I would like to tell everyone that Nagpur Nutritionist Dietitian Fraternity is blessed to be guided by mentors Professor Ayan Radha and Professor Sabiha Valeem, ma'am. It is under the umbrella of their support, motivation, and guidance that Nagpur chapter has conducted numerous community development and research-based programs. Nagpur chapter has been proudly recipient of Best Chapter Award for NSI Nagpur chapter for last consecutive 5 years. I am honored to introduce the initiator of NSI Nagpur chapter, who is yet the most enthusiastic and energetic member of our chapter, Professor Ayan Radha. Professor Ayan Radha was a direct student of late Padma Shri Dr. Rajammal P. Devadas or Shri Avinash Vinglam College of Home Science, Coimbatore, Madras University. Served an ophthalmic department of Madurai Medical College under Padma Shri Dr. G. Venkataswamy and did research on nutritional amblyopia and malnutritional eye diseases. Ma'am was a member of First Asian Rehabilitation Center in Madurai Medical College, the first of its kind in Asia. She was instrumental in starting Women's Technical Educational and Research Center under DTE AICTE. Founder principal and brought Maharashtra State Award for Best Polytechnic College. Founder, Honorable Director for Community College of Technology and Research. While in service, ma'am introduced yoga in formal curriculum for the first time in as early as 1990 in Directorate of Technical Education. Ma'am was National President of IDA. She was President of IDA Nagpur chapter. Presently, ma'am is Vice President of NSI. 3 terms worked in Review Committee of Genetic Manipulation of Ministry of Biotechnology, Government of India. She got a proposal sanction for pottery from KVIC and got the sanction as well. She commenced dietetic department in Government Medical and Mental Hospital. Even today, if I talk to you, if we are ever planning a program, ma'am is the key behind us. And I think this conference for today has also come in shape with constant efforts from ma'am. I welcome you, ma'am, to please share your wisdoms, words with the august audience. Welcome, Professor Ayan Radha. And please unmute yourself, ma'am.
You are not able to hear?
Now you're audible, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening to all. Welcome to our Honorable President, Dr. Hemalatha. I was really touched by her visit, though she is in a hectic schedule. And my job is minimized and almost reduced because it will be a repetition of what Dr. Rekha Sharma told. So I'm just going to wish you all and complete my talk. The season's greetings to everyone, all the delegates. In this auspicious month, while fresh leaves are sprouting in the trees, we, the members of Nutrition family of Nagpur and other states, have assembled to get fresh and new year scientific ideas. At this, at the outset, I am overwhelmed with joy and delighted with the sense of fulfillment as we are celebrating our National Scientific Day in collaboration with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College. The theme cutting edge recent advances in nutrition is the need of the hour, and the topics are focused on mental health and RDA 2020. These are specially chosen after brainstorming session with members and experts, as Dr. Rekha mentioned. The very definition of WHO, if you see, in general, sound wholesome, holistic, optimistic, and it suggests for a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Here, mental health is also given due priority, aiming highest attainable standard of health. But the core determinants and factors influencing are too many and are intricately interlinked. At times, our limited knowledge of gets discouraged as complete state of health is neither operational nor measurable, especially with regard to mental health. At this juncture, our curiosity is awakened to know the scientific input and authentic facts and figures of research findings. Nutrition sciences being essentially applied with involvement of community at large for national development, it does require scientific data and strong plan of action. Hence, NSANC knocked the right doors of experts, and here we are presenting excellent, eminent scientists with several years of experience, expertise, with authentic scientific findings to clarify and enlighten us. In turn, it may even open up newer and better insight and perspective for future research and development. Hence, we are fortunate. With immense pleasure, we welcome all our experts, Dr. Hemalatha, Dr. Meena Hariharan, Dr. Sylvia Fernandez, Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Dr. Raghu, and last but not the least, Dr. Laxmaiah, our own secretary. I am sure and certain every participant will carry a lot of take-home messages for the R&D, for their R&D, and also for extension activities. Let me add a word after reading the wonderful message of Dr. Shashikaran, former director of NIN and president of NSI. While we are grateful for his blessings and compliments, we do realize our responsibility to keep up the Nagpur chapter flag high with impactful activities. Therefore, we pledge we shall work together in line with the objectives of NSI and try to fulfill the vision and mission of our founders and visionaries to make a win-win situation always in Nagpur. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom, and we always look forward to you keep organizing such events for us, ma'am. We are also privileged to have with us Dr. Professor Sabiha Valeem, ma'am. Dr. Sabiha Valeem, She is an MSc Food and Nutrition Gold Medalist from Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University, Hyderabad. Ma'am did her PhD in Food and Nutrition from Department of Pharmacy, Nagpur University, and is an honorary registered dietitian. Presently, ma'am is a research counselor for MSc DFSM and content reviewer SWAYAM online course on functional foods and nutraceuticals, HRD Ministry portal. Professor retired as head, Postgraduate Department of Home Science, Rashtrant Tughroji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Man has a teaching experience of 36 years at postgraduate level. She has guided 30 PhD students and 250 MSc and MPhil students of Nagpur University and IGNOU. Man has various funded projects also, like solar energy for household purposes, a UGC-sponsored project on development of Nutri biscuits from malted soya bean and ragi flours, control of fluorosis in Chandrapur district of Maharashtra state, drinking water mission UNICEF, water supply and sanitation government of Maharashtra. Man has over 75 research papers in national and international journals and has co-authored books on diabetes, sports nutrition, mahua, and wheat germ. In her co-curricular activities, ma'am has developed several research indicating lectures, keynote addresses, lectures at national conferences, symposiums, workshops, seminars, conducted many nutrition education programs in rural and tribal areas. Served as Dean Faculty of Home Science, ma'am was Chairman of Board of Studies in Food and Nutrition and Research Recognition, committee member of several statutory and non-statutory university bodies. Ma'am is also a life member of Nutrition Society of India, Indian Dietetic Associations, and several other organizations. Ma'am has been the backbone of NSI Nagpur chapter. I welcome Dr. Sabiha Valeem ma'am to bless the gathering with her word of wisdom. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shakti Sharma, for that warm introduction. A very good evening to all the dignitaries from NIN, members of Nutrition Society of India from chapter, and colleagues who have joined this conclave. It's a pleasure to have the director of NIN-ICMR Hyderabad, Dr. R. Hemalatha, with us today to enlighten us on a very apt and challenging theme. Madam, I convey my warm wishes to you from the nutritional fraternity of Orange City. It is an honor for us to have you virtually from the alma mater of nutrition, that is National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Madam, let me tell you, for me, I turn nostalgic because Hyderabad is my hometown. Visiting NIN library during my postgraduate program, going through the laboratories and meeting eminent scientists decades back is still afresh in my memory. And the motivation and the learning experience it gave me is unforgettable. I think whatever I have done in academics today, I attribute most of it to what I have learned from NIN during our daily visits to the library and watching all the scientists working so dedicatedly there. I say that is the beauty of NIN, and the dedicated scientists working round the clock, I'm sure, enrich the food chain system. Now, we all are aware, Shakti has rightly pointed about COVID and what nutritional implications it had on the population. I also want to add here that the word nutrition became a household word during COVID. Everybody, even laypersons, were talking about protein, zinc, selenium, and so on. So what was being taught in classrooms went out to the public during this COVID period, and a great amount of awareness is created. That is one side of the picture. But then we all are aware that at present, the climatic changes, health, agriculture, and improving nutrition forms the links of the chain to support a healthy, sustainable food system. Reference diets and nutritional adequacy are the important words we talk about now. We will be dealing with all this. We will be dealing with RDA. Why RDA? Because it is RDA that is going to guide us to reach to nutritional adequacy. Now, these reference diets and meeting nutritional adequacy of the population pose daunting challenges as food availability and access are both required to keep pace with the population growth and to produce a healthy system. No matter how much we come out with guidelines for nutritional adequacy and recommendations, the other side of the picture is not too good. Therefore, overcoming these challenges requires a network of experts, which includes technologists, scientists, agriculturalists, nutritionists, and so on, who should work in tune with policymakers. Developing research-based strategies will be the cutting edge. That is what I feel in the long run, to promote optimal health, environmental, and economic sustainability. These, no doubt, serve as the basic pillars to reach the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals, from which we are still very, very far off. I am certain that the 2 days deliberation with eminent scientists as guest speakers will present a bonanza of holistic approaches to overcome these challenges. The biggest challenge and the unending race at present now facing us is to balance sustainable diets with nutritional requirements of population groups. My best wishes to all the delegates for the 2-day brainstorming sessions we have now with a galaxy of scientists amongst us today. I would like to convey at the end my thanks to the convener, Dr. Rekha Sharma, for all the efforts taken and assisted by her co-convener, Dr. Shakti Sharma, to organize this conclave with a very important theme. It will go a long way in guiding our students to help policymakers along with scientists to work out some good research proposals that can form strategies for policymakers. My warm appreciation at the end to the active and energetic Secretary of NSI Nagpur chapter, Mrs. Vinita Mehta, for constantly hammering all of us to be a part of this conference, making us realize that we will have a galaxy of scientists headed by Dr. Hemalatha, the director of NIN. And I think this is for the first time that Dr. Hemalatha is coming to this conference. Earlier, we missed out with her for some reason or the other. So, ma'am, from Nagpur chapter and from myself, I again convey a warm welcome to you, and we are waiting to listen to you. So thank you so much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, indeed, we are privileged to have you with us, ma'am, and thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you.
We are fortunate and indeed delighted to have the august presence of Dr. Hemalatha, Director, NIN, and President, Nutrition Society of India. Dr. Hemalatha took over as the Director of the ICMR National Institute of Nutrition in December 2017, which is the largest national research organization in the country. Dr. Hemalatha has carried out extensive research in realm of nutrition, infection, and immunity, with special emphasis on women and child health, preconception nutrition, and for the first 1,000 days of life. She has conducted a battery of experiments on gut and vaginal microbiome and inflammation that have generated vital information on the impact of unhealthy diet and inflammation on fetal growth and pregnancy outcome. Ma'am has spearheaded several funded projects and has more than 200 scientific publications and several popular articles to her credit. Dr. Hemalatha has received her MBBS MD from Gandhi Medical College, Hyderabad. She is a fellow of the International Union of Nutrition Sciences, the National Academy of Medical Sciences, and the Telangana Academy of Sciences. She has served as Joint Secretary of the Nutrition Society of India and received awards such as P.V. Ramanna Rao Gold Medal, Dr. Rajammal P. Devadas Memorial Award, the 46th Kamlapuri Sabharwal Memorial Award from the Lady Irwin College, and Changemaker Award from the Save the Children organization. After she took over as the director, the institute received the prestigious Award of Excellence in Science and Technology from Portion Outlook. Popularization of evidence-based nutrition knowledge is one of her primary focuses. She has been actively leading and encouraging nutrition information dissemination. Dr. Hemalatha is an expert member of various task force committees of the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Food Safety and Standards of India, National Technical Board on Nutrition and National Council of Nutrition at NITI Aayog. Dr. Hemalatha is the current president of Nutrition Society of India and executive member of the Federation of Asian Nutrition Societies. We humbly thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and gracing the conference as keynote speaker. I invite you, ma'am, to kindly deliver presidential remarks and the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakti, for those kind
Ma'am,
words.
I need to,
And
I
thank
need to
you.
make you the presenter.
Pardon? Yeah. And thank you very much, Dr. Sabiha Wali. You also, I mean, you have such great connection with the institute. Very warm greetings to all the members, participants, delegates, participants of National Scientific Conclave, then Nagpur Chapter, Nutrition Society of India, then Sadabai, Raisoni Women's College, faculty and students. Very warm greetings and very good afternoon to all of you. And really, I feel great meeting all of you on this platform. So, shall I share my slide or do I give the talk without slides?
Ma'am, we will love to have the slides also. And if you're more comfortable, as you say, ma'am. And you made the presenter, ma'am. You can share.
Can you see my screen?
No, not yet,
Not
madam.
yet, ma'am. It might take few seconds to come, ma'am.
Open system preference.
No, ma'am. And did you share from?
Yeah.
No, ma'am. The screen sharing is not active, ma'am, right now. And can you stop sharing and reshare, ma'am?
I'll go ahead without this. Should that be fine?
Very well. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I congratulate all the organizing committee and all the members for selecting this theme on cutting edge recent advances in nutrition. But before going to the advances in nutrition, let us see the basics of nutrition in our country. So here I would like to tell how our professional body, Nutrition Society of India, came up. In 1968, under the leadership of Dr. C. Gopalan, a professional body emanated from National Institute of Nutrition set up a study group on nutritional anemias because anemia was rampant in those days, of course, even today. And many stalwarts like hematologists and nutrition scientists of that time came together and recommended iron folic acid supplementation to the government. In persuasion of this recommendation, the government introduced the National Nutrition Anemia Prophylaxis Program targeting pregnant women and young children in 1970. Okay, so although we did not make great progress with respect to anemia, we did make a lot of progress with respect to other nutrition supplementation programs. For instance, National Iodine Deficiency Disorder. I mean, not only in India, even in, globally also, this was a huge problem in those days. I mean, that was one single nutrient deficiency which was causing great brain damage to children and also to adults, like in the form of goiter. Children used to suffer from growth retardation, and they used to lose speech, sight, and mentally retarded. So now, after the implementation of iodine, national iodine, fortified salt program in the country, which became universal in the 1990s. Of course, 1962 it was implemented, but it became universal in 1990s, and it was also implemented globally. The problem of brain disorder and growth retardation almost vanished because of iodine deficiency disorder. With respect to vitamin A supplementation, also we had great progress. Even myself, when I was visiting Nilafar Hospital from National Institute of Nutrition, I used to see many cases of keratomalacia and children going blind just because of one nutrient deficiency, that is vitamin A deficiency. Now we do not come across that kind of severe disorders due to vitamin A deficiency. Probably some level of subclinical deficiency is still there in among our population, but we do not come across such major deficiency disorders with respect to vitamin A. So there are certain programs which made great progress. While coming to nutrition anemia prophylaxis program, we did not make much difference. And also with respect to midday meal program, here in all these three programs, NIN as well as NSI contributed significantly. They did coverage studies, they recommended the dose, the frequency. So in all these three programs from NIN and also scientists from NSI contributed significantly. With respect to midday meal program and integrated child development services, the nutrition norms have been fixed because of research studies that were conducted in NIN. So we estimated the calorie gap and the protein gap among children, pregnant and lactating women, and suggested the norms, nutrition norms to the government. Even today, they follow the nutrition norms that had been recommended by NIN. So coming to stunting and anemia, why we are not seeing great progress with respect to stunting? Yes, stunting is reducing at the rate of 1% per point per annum. But whereas the government wants a reduction of 2% per annum to achieve the sustainable development goals. Very ambitiously, the government has launched in 2018, March, the National Nutrition Mission, also called Poshan Abhiyan, and also had many other ancillary programs like improving service delivery, then intersectoral convergence, and also getting technology into the system to improve nutrition norms of children and pregnant women. Also, it was complemented with initiatives like Clean India Mission, like Swachh Bharat Mission, then WASH programs, etc. In supporting the central government, the state government also has several programs. Several state governments have many other programs like full meal programs, supplementation of milk and egg, complementing the already existing central government's program. In spite of all these efforts from the central government and the state government, we are not seeing great progress with respect to stunting, and there is stagnation with respect to anemia. So let us have some sort of thought-provoking debate or discussion over this. So coming to stunting, what studies from India show? Many studies have been conducted. Single nutrient supplementation were done right from NIN. What did we see? Single nutrient supplementation, even among stunted children, did not show any improvement in linear growth. In fact, on the contrary, we saw adiposity. Then multiple micronutrient supplementation studies were also conducted, but that also showed very, very minimal improvement with respect to stunting, improvement in linear growth. Food supplementation also were done by Nita Bhandari et al. Then complementary and responsive feeding education to caregivers were done from NIN. Then participatory women's group and counseling through home visits were also done by NINs. Different groups, different scientists took up these studies, but we hardly saw any improvement with respect to linear growth among children. So whether it is single nutrient or multiple micronutrient supplementation, whether it is food supplementation, we did see minimal improvement, but not great progress. So what are the reasons? The reason is, I mean, preconception maternal height and weight might be impacting, maybe having more impact on the linear growth of the children than during pregnancy. Because by that time, I mean, we have very robust programs with respect to nutrition supplementation during pregnancy and also during lactation and during the early childhood period. But even if you have nutrition supplementation program, by the time the woman reaches the antenatal clinic, it is around 12 weeks or much more than that, by which time most of the embryonic tissue is developed and programming has already happened. So what we see in our study is when a woman starts at least with 50 kilograms of body weight, then she is likely to deliver. There is higher chance of she delivering a better birth weight baby and better gestational, I mean, weight for gestational age. So what we have seen is if the weight is around less than 50, the chances of delivering low birth weight is much higher than when the mother's weight is around 50 or higher. So once the baby is born, whether it is low birth weight or normal birth weight, what we see is consistently they follow their track of growth. However, the low birth weight baby, although it grows consistently, it does not reach the level of a normal birth weight baby. Because birth weight predictor, I mean, birth weight, why birth weight is important? Because birth weight predicts adult lean body mass. When the birth weight is low, the child continues to be small. And there are consequences if the child is small. I mean, there are consequences when the muscle mass is lower compared to fat mass. So muscle fiber number, a critical determinant of muscle mass, is actually set during gestation. That too during the early period of gestation and continues through pregnancy. Animal studies have shown that prenatal maternal diet restriction is associated with reduced neonatal muscle weight, which persists in adult life. Remember, low birth weight as well as poor nutrition during fetal life determines your muscle mass and also fat mass. And why it is important, let us see in the next slide. I mean, stunting is intergenerational, and recent multiple analysis have shown that maternal height and maternal weight are very important factors. Now, an analysis recently showed that household socioeconomic status and mother's characteristics, that is height and weight, have higher impact on child linear growth and child weight rather than immediate feeding. And another recent study found that children born to mothers who received consistent meals in the school, that is the midday meal, mothers who received midday meal regularly had children with better birth weight than those mothers who did not receive midday meal. What I'm trying to tell is preconception nutrition is extremely important. We are focusing a lot during pregnancy. Yes, it's extremely important. We are also focusing quite well during lactation. Even that is extremely important. But we are losing focus on preconception nutrition period, which is extremely important. Let us make our girls weight at least 50 kilograms or little higher than that before she goes for conception. And also our focus on early nutrition, that is right from 6 months to 2 years of life, is also minimal. So here in NIN, we have developed a brochure which helps a newly married couple to plan for their new pregnancy, first conception. That is, they have to determine, they have to be having knowledge on age of pregnancy, age at pregnancy, then ideal weight for conceiving. Then they should also know that they should check for hemoglobin and try to correct their hemoglobin before conceiving, then optimal health, and also some sort of education on water, sanitation and hygiene, and also infant feeding practices. So here we would like to emphasize the fact that of course pregnancy nutrition is important, but also we have to remember that we have to reduce the proportion of young women who are undernourished from 20%. Right now it is roughly around 20%. Let us reduce it to less than 10%. I mean, before they conceive, let the body weight be ideal for their height. And let us reduce iron deficiency, anemia. Let us have more focus on young women who are going to pregnancy rather than overall approach, and make preconception counseling a mandatory approach. Right now, we have lots of measures for preconception nutrition. We have lots of programs for adolescents, but they are not properly implemented, and the uptakes, is very, very, very poor. Studies from NIN have shown. Then coming to anemia, Anemia Mukt Bharat also got implemented in the same year during 2018 when Poshan Abhiyan was implemented in March 2018. This Anemia Mukt Bharat was implemented in September during the same year with more intensified National Iron Plus initiative. In spite of all these programs, right from 1970s, we had this IFA supplementation to pregnant women and children, but we are not seeing any progress. At least with respect to stunting, we are seeing a steady progress, although it is slow. With respect to anemia, it is totally stagnant, or now the recent NFHS5 has shown increase in the prevalence of anemia among women and also children. So why is it so? Well, with this thing, I mean, by seeing the increased prevalence of anemia, the government immediately announced fortification strategy to eliminate anemia. But why fortification will not be successful with respect to iron deficiency anemia? Yes, the world globally and also India has seen a lot of success with certain nutrients. As I already said, iodine, fortification of salt with iodine got great success, not only India, but globally. We could reduce goiter, we could reduce cretinism. Cretinism almost disappeared, vanished from India. Then folic acid supplementation for neural tube defects also has been a great success. Then niacin supplementation to pellagra and reduction of deaths due to niacin deficiency also had been great success. With respect to iron deficiency anemia, why fortification may not give that much success as we have seen with iodine or folic acid or with niacin? Why fortification may not be the best strategy? Why? Because anemia is not due to single nutrient deficiency. Anemia requires many other nutrients, including amino acids. Let us see the study from NIN. A study got published in AJCN that showed supervised midday meal supplementation even without fortified rice. This study was a randomized control study wherein we supplemented children with fortified rice as well as without fortified rice. But then the children were under supervised feeding. That is, it was an efficacy study where we supervised the study. So supervised study itself improved the prevalence of anemia, reduced the prevalence of anemia by 30% and improved hemoglobin. What does it say? Even without fortified rice, if you see that the children eat good diet, healthy diet, which is diversified, that itself has the potential to reduce anemia. Another study recently published in British Journal of Nutrition from NIN showed actually children who have anemia have higher iron levels in their serum compared to children who have no anemia. Children who are apparently healthy had iron deficiency, while children who were anemic actually had iron levels higher in their serum. Now, what does it say? Actually, iron is there in the system, but because of lack of other nutrients, probably the iron that is there in the system is not utilized by the children to synthesize hemoglobin. Therefore, even with iron in the system, they are anemic, or alternatively, probably these children have subclinical infections, which is chronic, which may have inflammation and prevents utilization of anemia. So there are several reasons that children and women are anemic in our population. It could be want of other nutrients. It also could be because of inflammation and infection, which is quite rampant, especially subclinical ones. And also from NIN, a modeling study showed that if we use double fortified salt, also fortify the rice in the population, and along with the IFA supplementation. There are three strategies now from the government. Fortification of salt is already there, then fortified rice, which is going to be rolled out in phased manner, and IFA supplementation, which is already there right from 1970s. Now, what will happen? That this modeling study showed that 40% of children could be exposed to excess iron, and excess iron, all of us know very well, can cause inflammation. So there are problems with the fortification, not only excess iron, then toxicity, but also there are other risk of overconsumption is there, but also there are other factors like we should know how much to add in the vehicle and how much vehicle is taken by the population, and we need to have latest intake data, because intake data that we have is very old right now. So there are several problems with respect to fortification, and also when we roll out fortification program, it has to be dovetailed with regular monitoring and evaluation of the impact of food fortification. Without regular monitoring, we do not know whether the program is working, and we do not know whether we are going overboard and causing toxicity because of iron supplementation. So there are several problems with respect to this thing, but it is also important to understand for nutrition scientists, like why we are not making any progress in anemia. One could be prophylactic dose of iron is being given. This is the program itself is named IFA program, iron and folic acid prophylaxis program. So prophylactic dose of iron is being given, while anemic people require actually therapeutic dose of iron and folic acid to improve their hemoglobin. This could be one. The other reason, as I have already discussed, could be apart from iron, we also require other nutrients to synthesize hemoglobin, and there could be because of improper wash or sanitation, subclinical infection. And the third point could be nutrients from diverse foods are required to synthesize hemoglobin. And recently, there has also been debates going on in various committees with respect to methodology. The data that we have with respect to anemia comes from capillary blood, which is not the gold standard. And the second one is it is analyzed with HemoCube, which has 10 to 20% variation. There can be 0.5 to 1 gram variation of hemoglobin if we use other standard methodologies that are suggested by scientists, by several studies. So there are two problems with respect to methodology. That is, we are not using the venous blood, we are using the capillary blood, and we are not using the standard method, whereas we are using HemoCube, which has quite wide variation. So there are several problems. Logistic problems, methodological problems, nutrition problems, and understanding problems. So without understanding all these intricacies, if we just keep on pumping people with lots of iron through programs and programs and programs, we will end up with lots of inflammation and toxicity, but perhaps we may not improve hemoglobin. And defining new cutoffs is also one of the norms, because why defining new cutoffs might be important? Why? Because as all of you know very well, Indians have a small body frame. We have lesser muscle mass compared to the Western counterparts. That is the reason our our body mass index is also, the cutoff is different. While for the Western population, we have 25 as an overweight. For us, it is at 23 as an overweight. Why? Because even at 23 BMI, we develop risk factors, cardiometabolic risk factors. So we generally have higher body fat mass compared to the Western counterparts, and have lower lean body mass, that is muscle mass compared. So when there is lower lean body mass, what happens is, we require lesser hemoglobin to supply the required nutrients and oxygen. This is one of the thought process that is going on, debates and discussions, and scientific debates are going on. Even the WHO is considering defining a new cutoffs for ethnic reasons. So when we come to the other spectrum of the problem in India, I'll take just another 10 minutes. When we come to the other spectrum of the problem, we also have rising epidemic of overweight, obesity. Right now, we have about one fourth of our population being overweight, and also to some extent obesity. Even among the rural population, there are, it's slightly lower compared to the urban, but still we see lots of overweight, obesity increasing. And the increase is much more in the rural area compared to the urban area in India. Even among children, overweight, obesity is increasing. Now, what do we see? On the one hand, we have stunting and anemia problem, wasting. On the other hand, we also have overweight, obesity, and the associated risk factors, that is non-communicable chronic diseases, which are also increasing at epidemic proportions, like diabetes and cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease. The factors that drive stunting and anemia could also be driving overweight, obesity, and NCD risk factors. That is what my thought process goes. The factors that drive stunting, that is lack of dietary diversity, lack of adequate nutrition during early embryogenesis, like for example, preconception nutrition and the first 3 months of life during pregnancy. So the factors that are driving stunting and anemia, due to lack of micronutrients, due to lack of good nutrition during critical period, is also driving that which drives the low birth weight and dietary fetal growth restriction is also driving overweight and obesity. So it is very, very important to understand this, because holistic approach is the point that we have to promote. Why I'm saying the same factors that are promoting stunting and anemia could also be promoting this, because lower muscle mass that sets the tone for insulin resistance and adiposity. All of you know very well, we have lower muscle mass. Indian population have lower muscle mass, and lower muscle mass is known to set insulin resistance and adiposity, because when insulin levels are high in the body, what does it do? It tries to conserve the nutrition. It tries to conserve calories and tries to deposit it as adipose tissue over the abdomen and within the muscles. Pune, there are many cohort studies in India, like Pune and Mysore studies, then Velo study, then New Delhi cohort study. All these cohort studies have shown when the birth weight is low, the children are unable to put on more muscle mass. The birth weight is actually determining adolescent or adult muscle mass. I mean, we are destined with lower muscle mass once our birth weight is lower, and also the early growth phase, that is right from birth to maybe the first 1 year or 2 years. So these periods are extremely critical, that is during pregnancy and the first 2 years of life, to determine your muscle mass, in turn which determines your insulin resistance, which in turn determines your obesity and adiposity. So here, lower muscle mass sets the tone for insulin resistance and adiposity. Therefore, maternal nutrition is critical for improving our muscle mass, for improving our insulin sensitivity. So how do we improve insulin sensitivity and stay fit? There is no magic wand. We have to improve our preconception nutrition of young women. And even though we have low birth weight and we are from low birth weight and we have low muscle mass, healthy diet and dietary diversity will definitely improve our risk factors and reduce our chances of cardiovascular diseases. And of course, exercise is very important component of this. So in NIN, before this dietary recommendation, that is 2020, which got released, we also released what India eats along with that. Then here what we saw is, while we recommend 500 grams, that is half a kg of fruits and vegetables, that is 400 grams of vegetables and about roughly around 100 grams of fruits, what Indians take is hardly around 100 to 150 grams of fruits and vegetables. It is ranging from 100 to 150 grams, that's all. Not even half of what is being recommended. So where do we get all the micronutrients that we require? And while fruits and vegetables intake is extremely poor and nuts is very poor, then pulses is also relatively poor. What we take more is cereals, that too refined cereals. Refined cereals is nothing but almost like sugar. Just 1 or 2 chains are different with compared to sugar. So we are consuming lots of cereals, that too highly refined cereal, that is polished white rice with very little millets and other whole grains, very little millets and other whole grains. So we have to improve our dietary and health patterns. And we in NIN have developed My Plate for the Day, which very beautifully explains what should be the food groups for a 2000 kilocalorie diet per day, how much vegetables and fruit and how much cereals. I mean, now globally it is recognized that we have to restrict our cereal intake to 30% kilocal per day. 30% of your energy should come from cereals and millets. Whereas what we are taking now is 60%, 50 to 60% of calories come from refined cereals, that do, like white rice and maida. So we have to get it down, if not for 30%, at least 40%. So NIN recommends that your calories in a day should come, the cereal should contribute to not more than 40% per day, and at least 14 to 17% should come from pulses, legumes, and flesh foods. So this will be important. So here I have projected some important research areas. However, because there is no slide projection, it is difficult. Important research areas are there. I will share the slide with you all. Now the new norm is, just one slide I have now. Artificial intelligence is being explored as a great advantage for personalized nutrition. As dietitian, as nutrition scientists, it is extremely important for us to understand how far this personalized nutrition can help improve our nutrition status. Of course, personalized nutrition will help us in evaluating like metabolomics and many other things which we cannot read visually, and which we cannot make any sense even using statistics. But definitely artificial intelligence can help us a lot in exploring the possibilities of how metabolomics and nutrition can be linked, how we can connect healthy diet and risk factors, NCD risk factors, and various other parameters. However, it is also important to understand why personalized nutrition cannot be, is not the solution for healthy nutrition. I mean, we all know that actually diet dictates genes. I mean, when we take healthy diet, our gut bacteria improves. Healthy diet switches on certain good genes and switches off certain bad genes. All this, we know very well. Globally, there are plenty of studies, and even from India, there are many suggestions and studies which show that healthy diet turns off and on the genes. Whereas personalized nutrition says that your genes should dictate the diet. So now we are at the crossroad to say whether diet can dictate the genes or the genes dictate diets. I'm sure the diet dictates the genes, maybe in a small subgroup with problems. Maybe their personalized nutrition can play a role. But by and large, we have to fix our, we have to stay focused on wholesome nutrition, dietary diversity, and behavior change communication. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, and hearty congratulations. Many congratulations to the organizing committee for coming up with great theme like this. And also thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Over to you, Rekha ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much for your presidential address and keynote address. You spoke about how NIN and NSI contributed for the formation of policies related to nutrition. And then you also explained us how the status of stunting is reducing at the rate of 1% per annum and need to be to increase it to reach to the sustainable goals. Then you also spoke about anemia Mukt Bharat, fortification of food, iron and folic acid prophylaxis program. And you have also told us about the definition of new cutoffs, which are the need of today. You also spoke about obesity, adiposity, maternal nutrition, insulin sensitivity, preconception nutrition, diet diversity, and exercise. And yes, artificial intelligence was also there, and metabolism mix and personalized nutrition was also there. And let me tell you, madam, my plate of the day we use in our nutrition education program also. It is very interesting and very good designed. Yes, diet and detect the gene is the message you have given us. And with this message, I thank you, madam, for accepting our invitation and providing insight into cutting edge advances in nutrition. So the message of your lecture was holistic approach is important to achieve the healthy nation. Thank you so much. Over to Shakti, please. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And ma'am, as you have blessed that we gave is ma'am for being with us today and delivering a lecture which will be a changing thing for us. Ma'am, since you are present, we humbly request you to please release the souvenir for the today's conference. I invite Dr. Renuka Mainde ma'am and Pradnya Bagalgote, the editors for this conference souvenir, to please tell us about the.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shakti Sharma. Am I audible properly?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, very highlighting talk from Hemalatha ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And after listening to Dr. Hemalatha ma'am's lecture, conference, you all agree with me that conference have a strong gist to bring research together to discuss and enhance their knowledge in nutrition and dietetics and allied fields of nutrition. It is just not a conference, but a great online meetup for all the expertise in field of nutrition. I take an opportunity to thank my organizing team for giving us a wonderful experience to collate all the research paper and the take-home messages from our eminent speaker. My colleague, Mrs. Pradnya Bagalgote, will take you through the souvenir. Over to you, Pradnya.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka ma'am. I too take the opportunity to thank our organizing team. We are blessed and honored by receiving the message from National Institute of Nutrition President and Honorable Director, Ma'am, Dr. Hemalatha, Ma'am. We are equally honored to receive the message from past President of Nutrition Society of India and Director of National Institute of Nutrition, Dr. Sasiparan Sir. We receive the best wishes and greeting message from Dr. Amina Wali Ma'am and our collaboration partner, Principal Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, Nagpur. We have incorporated the home messages from expert speakers as ready reckoners for our delegates to further strengthen the research ideas. All the oral and selected posters and review papers are published in the proceedings. Now over to you, Dr. Shakti Sharma, ma'am, and thank you again.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
Shakti,
Ma'am, I
to
just
release.
request Hemlata ma'am to please
Yeah.
declare the souvenir released. And I can show the souvenir on the screen, ma'am. I request Sabiha Wali ma'am to please join in. Ma'am, shall I release the souvenir, ma'am?
What do I do?
Ma'am, you just say that we are allowed to propose the souvenir, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, you are allowed. Most welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Your
Thank you,
words in
ma'am.
this recording is really important to us, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wali ma'am, for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as ma'am has said, we have got blessings from the eminent personalities of nutrition fraternity.
Yes. We will be sending this e-souvenir to all the delegates.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your blessings in the souvenir as well, Hemlata ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we look forward to have you again with us, ma'am.
I have to specially thank Dr. Ayan Radha, my favorite madam. She speaks to me so lovingly. It is very difficult to refuse. I mean, when she speaks to me, I have to say yes. So thank you, madam, Radha madam. I hope you are there.
Yes, I think ma'am is there.
And the present convener is Dr. Rekha. Then co-convener is Dr. Shakti Sharma. And your secretary is Ms. Vinita.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we move ahead with the scientific session, and I invite Ms. Vinita Mehta.
Well-made souvenir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Vinita
you.
Mehta to share the annual report of NSI Nagpur chapter.
Thank you, Shakti ma'am. A very good evening to honorable dignitaries, respected Dr. Hemlata ma'am, Professor Ayan Radha ma'am, Dr. Sabiha Wali ma'am, and respected NSI NC member and dear delegates. I will now present activities reports conducted during the year of 2020 to 2022. During these 2 years, Team NSI Nagpur chapter had organized various nutrition awareness programs, guest lectures by renowned and eminent speakers from all over the country, and create awareness drive through different competitions. Our first activity was on 17 January 2020 in collaboration with Astha Child and Mother Care Hospital and Dharampet MP Deo Memorial Science College, seminar on Healthy Children, Healthy Nation. Program was coordinated by Mrs. Pradna Bagalkote and resource person was Dr. Praveen Khapekar sir. He guided all students and NSI members on importance of 1000 days of life program attended by 100 students. Our new team got golden opportunity to conduct 17th annual scientific conclave with the guidance of advisory committee members and NSI NCT. In collaboration with Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Rashtan Tukroji Maharaj Nagpur University, the theme was Appropriate Lifestyle for Optimum Health. 225 delegates attend the conclave. These are some glimpses of the conclave. The successful conclave 2020. On 5th March 2020, in collaboration with Mahindra & Mahindra and IGNOU MSc DFSM students, diet exhibition on theme Rainbow Colors on Your Plate was organized to create awareness by eating different foods in our diet. 300 staff members attended the exhibition. Program coordinator Dr. Renuka Mainde and Dr. Shakti Sharma ma'am. Here I mention in the mid-March month, COVID-19 pandemic spread all over the country. Here I would like to mention one important thing. In spite of so many new challenges and lockdown restrictions, we find the solutions in the form of virtual learning, and our NSI-NC team also adapt this new learning era, and we conducted our first webinar on World Breastfeeding Week 2020. I'm really thankful to all our senior members of NSI-NC on 1st August with the inaugural program, followed by guest lecture Dr. Pratima Shastri ma'am on theme. 35 NSI members and students attended the webinar. On the same day, we declared poster and e-recipe competition, theme Galactogog recipe. And again, in collaboration with, on 6th, we had organized educational webinar in collaboration with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, Nagpur. Resource person Dr. Leena Dande, senior gynecologist, spoke on importance of breastfeeding. Session was chaired by Professor Nilima Joshi ma'am. 270 students and NSI members got benefited by this event. On 7th August, valedictory program organized by in collaboration with MP Dev Memorial Science College, Nagpur, theme special care of breastfeeding and baby during COVID-19 pandemic. Resource person Mrs. Shalini Kotamwar, session chaired by Dr. Pushpa Durge, former HOD PSM IGMC Nagpur. Program was coordinated by Meghna Pandit and Mrs. Bratnya Bagalkote. On 10th August, to conclude the World Breastfeeding Week 2020, NSI-NC privileged to have an address by Dr. Kamla Krishna Swamy, MD, former director NIN Hyderabad, and result of the e-poster and e-galactogog recipe declared on same day. On same day, in collaboration with Mahindra Excellence Center, organized webinar for new appointed tractor leaders across Pan India. Dr. Renuka Mainde spoke on healthy eating and immunity. 35 dealers attended the program. To mark the National Nutrition Month 2020, NSI-NC in collaboration with Apang Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha organized inaugurated ceremony on 12th September 2020, theme Food Vision. Our resource person, Mrs. Sushma Gupta ji, program coordinator, Dr. Pratima Shastri ma'am. On same day, in association with Viveka Hospital, NSI-NC organized clinical nutrition meet for dietitians. Topic was immunity boosting foods during pandemic situation. Resource person, Mrs. Manisha Patil, clinical nutritionist from Pune, and coordinator is Mrs. Pradnya Bagalkote. This is attended by 30 dietitians and medical staff. Our National Nutrition Week program on 14th September in collaboration with Department of Swasthya with Yog, Government Ayurvedic College. Topic is proximal elements of food and their role. Resource person Dr. Shakti Sharma ma'am, program coordinator Dr. Sumita Jain. During this program, total 100 teachers and students of Government Ayurvedic College attended the program. During Poshan Ma is association with IDA-NC, e-calendar theme workplace wellness and e-poster competition theme farm to fork competition declared and get tremendous response from all of them. On 24 September 2020, NSI-NC in collaboration with NetProf Nagpur chapter and Rotary Club of Saudamini Dombivali organized awareness program on theme. Resource person Dr. Shakti Sharma, Dr. Renuka Mainde and Mrs. Vinita Mehta. On 30th September, NSI-NC in collaboration with IDA-NC organized valedictory program. Topic was medicinal herbs practice in the diet and decomposition of agricultural waste. Guest speaker Dr. Kamlesh Mahajan, Assistant Professor, Government Ayurvedic College Nasik, and Dr. Ingle, Professor Plant Pathology College of Agriculture, guided us. In the year 2021, 15 January, Mahindra World of Women and NSI-NC organized tree plantation activity and nutrition education program for athletes of Anandvan Vardha College. Coordinator Dr. Renuka Mainde and Dr. Girish Kale, sir. More than 70 young budding athletes and NCC team participate in its NCC program. Due to COVID, high pitches, we could not organize annual scientific conclave 2021. In the month of February, we launched 5-day national workshop series on e-content development, research paper and research proposal writing from 13 Feb to 6 March 2021. It was conducted. Topic covered was how to make an effective PPT, Zoom and window movie maker, how to write research proposal, Google Form and Quiz, record narration, and research method and statistical analysis. This user-friendly training session appreciated by all the participants and NSI members. On 18th Feb, National Webinar on Cancer Awareness taken in association with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College. Dr. Chetna Bakshi, MD, Medicine Consultant Oncologist, spoke on breast and cervical cancer. And Dr. Radha Munje, Professor and Head IGGMC Nagpur, spoke on busting myths of vaccination. To mark International Women's Day, NSI-NC in association with Sadabai Raisoni College organized panel discussion on theme Choose to Challenge. On the occasion of World Health Day, 7th April 2021, in collaboration with Apang Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha and IGNU Regional Study Center, organized webinar theme to build a faster and healthy life. Resource person Dr. Shushma Thakre and Community Medicine, IGGMC Nagpur. On 29th May, awareness session on COVID-19 biomarkers and nutraceuticals food supplement organized by NSI-NC team. To mark the International Yoga Day, webinar Ayush Yoga organized on 19 June in collaboration with NSS Department of Pharmaceutical Science RTMNU. Expert guided on topic Yog Sangrahe Nirog and Ritu Ahar. Medical Health Checkup Camp organized on 30th July in collaboration with Mahindra FD, NetProf and NC and Viveka Hospital, Nagpur. Diet counseling was done by Dr. Renuka Mainde and Mrs. Pradnya Bagalkoti. 150 employees took the benefit of camp. To mark World Breastfeeding Week 2021, inaugural program on 2nd August 2021 on theme Support Breastfeeding, a Shared Responsibility. Program was collaborated with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College and Government Ayurvedic College. Guest lecture by Dr. Swati Khune, MD GAC. 130 students attended the webinar. On the same day, we announced e-poster competitions. On 7th August, valedictory program in collaboration with Mission India Community College of Technology and Research, Khargaon. Guest speaker, Dr. Lalita Bhattacharya Ma'am, Senior Nutrition Advisor, FAO, Thailand. Nutrition Month activities included. Our next activity is on Nutrition Month. On 5th September, in collaboration with Mahindra Kingsway Hospital, topic was COVID Delta variant and speaker is Dr. Vikram Rathi. Diet and Immunity by Mrs. Vinita Mehta. 69 employees along with their family benefited with the program. On 6th September, in collaboration with Vigyan Bharati, NSI-NC inaugurated Nutrition Educational Webinar Series for school-going children of Vidarbha area. We conducted 7 programs till date. These are some glimpses of this event. The Nutrition Education Series for school children. Program coordinator Dr. Prakash Itankar. Session conducted by senior members of NSI-NC, dietitians and nutritionists of the Nagpur. To mark World Pharmacy Day and Nutrition Month, herbal plantation activity on 25th September 2021 in collaboration with Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, coordinator Dr. Prakash Itankar, guest speaker Shri Rajendra Kale, director Shell Medicine. On 27th September, webinar on food fortification, and this is collaborated with Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, IGNU, NetProf and Nagpur Chapter, IDA Nagpur Chapter. Resource person Dr. Joshita Lamba, Deputy Lead Food Fortification Resource Center, FSSI. Our next activity is on diet exhibition Eat Rainbow in Your Diet, collaborated with IDA Nagpur Chapter and Sunil Diabetic Care Research Center. On 30th September, resource person Dr. Sunil Gupta, diabetologist, DCRC Nagpur. Number of beneficiaries 60. Our valedictory program for National Nutrition Month, Poshan Ma, collaborated with IDA Nagpur Chapter and Apang Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha. Resource person Dr. Pratima Shastri Ma'am, number of beneficiaries 60. Our next activity was on World Food Day, held on 19th October. In the collaboration of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, Nagpur Chapter and Apang Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha, Nagpur. Resource person Dr. Smita Lele, Professor LCT, former Director ICT, Marathwada Campus. Number of beneficiaries 71 students and NSI members. Next, multi-grain recipe contest for working dietitians college students, announced on Nutrition Month. Collaborated with Apang Mahila Bal Vikas Sanstha, Nagpur. Coordinator Dr. Pratima Shastri Ma'am. 100 dietitians and students of dietetics and home science participated in this contest. Our next activity on awareness session for swimmers. Theme is nutritional tips for swimmers in collaborated with Government Ayurveda College Nagpur and Shark Aquatic Supporting Association, date 18 December. Resource person Dr. Sumita Jain, MD Ayurveda. Number of beneficiaries 30. To mark the International Women's Day, we had conducted 2 activities. First is on nutrition education program for 5 talukas in Hingna, collaborated with IGNU, MSc, DFSM Nagpur and Mahindra. Resource person Meena Khadekar and team members educated women about healthy eating, menstrual hygiene and anemia prevention. Number of beneficiaries 135 female farmers and Anganwadi Sevikas. Our next activity on nutrition education program. This is on 8 March in collaboration with ICDS Hanuman Nagar. 135 female farmers, it's 42 Anganwadi Sevikas benefited with this activity. Health checkup camp on 12th March 2022 in collaboration with Sankalp Hospital Nagpur. Coordinator Mrs. Pradnya Bagalkote. Number of beneficiaries 100 blood tests, bone densitometry done by the camp. These are some few glimpses of online EC meetings planning for 18th National Alliance Scientific Conclave 2022. And now it's we are really feeling blessed. These are some few glimpses of our NSINC meeting, and we are very blessed to have wonderful patron and mentor Professor Ayan Radha ma'am, Dr. Sabiha Wali ma'am, all senior advisory committee members and seniors with their support and guidance this would be happen. This is our NSINC team. Thank you so much to all the organizations, colleges and faculties for their collaboration and teamwork. Thank you so much each member once again to all NSINC members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vinita, ma'am. And it's like a nostalgic feeling from coming up from where we started to where we are coming up right now, with lots of sessions conducted for community as well as for personal development. Thank you so much. Moving ahead.
Shakti, I just want to add
Yes,
a round
ma'am.
of applause to all of you for the wonderful activities conducted throughout the year.
So this round of applause is for all of us, ma'am.
Yes, I said all of us. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, that's great achievement. Yeah, congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, also award-winning chapter this is.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move ahead with the plenary session. To introduce our first chairperson for the session, I invite Sumita Jogat, ma'am, Associate Professor from Government Ayurvedic College. I think ma'am has some connectivity issues. I request Rekha ma'am to please chair the session and
Yes.
introduce the first speaker for the plenary session.
Yes. Yes, we all know that COVID-19 pandemic, an unprecedented crisis, along with its necessary steps of containment, such as lockdowns and social distancing, has impacted the mental health of the masses. Several countries have been reporting higher than usual levels of distress, anxiety, and depression. The pandemic has resulted in an economic recession unlike any experienced in decades, which in the past has been known to adversely impact the mental health of individuals. In India, some of the commonly reported stressors by the masses include fear of one's health and well-being of family, sense of isolation due to quarantine measures, fear of job loss, economic difficulties, loss of usual social systems, and overabundance of misinformation, all of which have contributed to the massive psychosocial impact. As Dr. Valeem Madam said, that during COVID-19, vitamin C, vitamin D, and minerals like zinc, selenium became the popular talk in layperson's health. Today, Dr. Meena Hariharan, Professor, Center for Health Psychology, University of Hyderabad, would acquaint us with India and psychosocial response to COVID-19. Let me now introduce to you Dr. Meena Hariharan. Dr. Meena Hariharan, Madam, she is Professor, Center for Health Psychology, University of Hyderabad, Founder Director 2007, and she has also worked with National Institute of Nutrition. Just a minute. She has completed her Master's in Psychology and PhD in Psychology from Center for Advanced Studies in Psychology, Utkal University, Orissa. She has been in University of Hyderabad since the year 1992. Before joining the university, she worked in National Institute of Nutrition. She is one among very few in the country working in the specialized area of behavioral cardiology. 4 students working in this area under her guidance have been awarded PhDs. She has standardized a number of psychological tools in the area of behavioral cardiology. She has more than 80 articles in national and international journals and book chapters. She has authored 4 books published by Sage, Alid, and Global Vision. Apart from this, she has produced several programs related to psychology for the Eastwide countrywide classroom. She is the founder president of the Association of Health Psychologists and chief editor of the Journal of Health Studies. She is in the editorial board of some journals. She is the member of Ethics Committee of 4 corporate hospitals, member of Board of Studies of Departments of Psychology of several universities. Recently, she has been conferred the Maya Dev Memorial Lectureship Award by Asiatic Society and recognition of her research contribution to rural women. Congratulations, Madam. As the president of the Association of Health Psychologists in April 2020, when the country was under lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic, she, in collaboration with several organizations in 5 states of the country, took the initiative in starting helplines for people across the country for providing counseling for psychosocial problems, which received thousands of calls from all over the country. On behalf of Nutrition Society of India Nagpur chapter, we welcome you, Madam, Professor Meena Hariharan, Madam. Over to you, Madam, now. I request you to please start your lecture.
Thank you, Rekha ma'am, for introducing our guest speaker, Dr. Meena Hariharan ma'am. And we have her topic for first plenary session, India and psychological response to COVID-19. I welcome all of the delegates for this first plenary session of cutting-edge recent advances in nutrition focusing on mental health. We are having disturbed psychology in post-COVID phase is a major challenge for medicos and paramedicos. And in Ayurveda and Yoga, it is said that 5 koshas are for mental health. Annamay, Pranmay, Manomay, Vijnanmay, and Anandmay Kosh. To achieve the bliss, that is Anandmay Kosh, we have to enter the door through Annamay Kosh, and all nutritionists are working on it. Way to bliss starts from Annamay Kosh, and to achieve the best functioning of metabolic functions, the way is through Manomay Kosh. And Dr. Meena Hariharan Madam is speaking on the very major topic that India and psychological response to COVID-19. This decade, we all have to face these problems. So I welcome Dr. Meena Hariharan ma'am for her plenary session. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, at the outset, I need to ask you, shall I make you the presenter if you're sharing a slide?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make you the presenter.
I was about to say that.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you're the presenter.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I should congratulate the organizers for thinking of an event like this, which is very, very essential at this point in time. And it's a pleasure to be with a group of colleagues who are competent and also in the field to speak about a topic and rather an experience that we have had very recently, and we are still going through the experience and we are evolving through the experience. Let me just share my screen with you. Is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, madam.
All right. Now you are able to see the screen in the slideshow mode, I hope.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So today we'll be discussing about a topic that is India's psychosocial response to COVID. And I have a specific purpose in choosing this topic because the entire world has been coping with COVID-19 for the past 2 years, starting March 2020. So why is it that I have taken India as a country whose psychosocial responses are so important? Now, are you able to see the change in the screen?
Yes, yes, madam.
All right. So now, before we proceed, I think we need to talk about Indian psyche, which has very typical characteristics. Indian culture, unlike the Western culture, is highly affiliation oriented, whereas Western culture is highly achievement oriented. Ours is a collectivistic society, whereas the Western society is individualistic in nature. So that is the striking difference between India and the Western countries that we look up for any modeling as a model. So we are different culturally. And another thing is Indians and India as a nation is ready for any challenges anytime. We have in history talks about a number of invasions by various countries. India has withstood all those invasions for thousands of years, and yet India has retained its uniqueness and the Bharatiyata, as you call it. So the Indianness is something that we are able to retain despite a number of invasions, whereas many other countries you will see that they had to, there was an acculturation after so many invasions. The third unique characteristics of Indians is we normally talk a lot about unity in diversity. See, this is a very highly diverse nation, but we normally talk about unity. Many a time, many of us question, where is the unity? We keep having infighting on many small issues, and where is the unity? This unity normally surfaces among Indians whenever India as a nation has to confront any crisis. And COVID-19 was no less a crisis. So this unity actually evolved and surfaced and was very evident when we had to encounter and we had to confront this problem of COVID-19. The fourth unique characteristic or the typical psyche of Indian is we believe in karma siddhanta, or we believe in karma. As you sow, so do you reap. So whatever you do, you will get it back in the same way, or you will be paid back on the same coin. Or, all the experiences that you undergo during your lifetime are the consequences of your karma. So this actually develops a sort of philosophical outlook for the human beings, and then they take a position of detachment with whatever is happening. So Indian psyche is typically a karmic psyche. Then, multitasking abilities. Indians are very, very excellent in multitasking abilities. I mean, starting from a homemaker, you see the number of things that a homemaker can do, to IT professional, a teacher, a scientist, is able to handle a number of situations at the same time. So this is something which is very, very unique among Indians. Whereas you go to Western country, they are so typically planned and they plan ahead. They plan for a year ahead of them and they know what to do when. We are not such planners because we are affiliation oriented culture. Therefore, I mean, whatever comes our way as a priority, as an urgent matter, we try to take them up and handle them at the situation. Then the other thing that we need to accept very humbly is that we are highly critical of ourselves and we are mutually critical. We are very critical about the things that other people do and we are very critical about or very apprehensive about the outcome of actions of others as well as our own actions. So we need to keep these typical Indian characteristics in our mind when we are talking about the psychosocial response to COVID-19, particularly in India. So this is the background with which we will be talking. Now, I will be presenting to you the rather than I'll be sharing my experiences with you on the psychosocial response of Indian citizens during particularly the first wave of COVID and 3 phases of lockdown that we saw through in the first and also in the second wave of COVID. I'll be talking about I'll tell you the background of this. During the COVID period, when the lockdown started from 24th March 2020, the Association of Indian Health Psychologists in India, in collaboration with UNICEF, ActionAid, Reddy's Foundation, and 7 different organizations, we were the first ones to start the online help for counseling. So we started a helpline by the first week of April, which was open to people all over the country. And there was an excellent projection by media because of which we were getting calls from all the citizens from all over the country, starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And it so happened that as it progressed, we even started getting calls from NRIs from other countries. So based on these calls, we did certain thematic analysis, and based on these analysis, I am going to share the experiences. Now, there are 4 causes of anxiety during COVID-19. 4 typical causes of anxiety can be categorized as I am presenting now. First is the nature of virus. In 2020 January, we never knew what COVID exactly is. So we talked about there is some virus called corona, I believe, which is actually fatal in nature. And many people in Wuhan in China are dying because of this. So it seems, the talk was in terms of it seems. And the most dangerous thing and anxiety-provoking thing about the nature of the virus is that it is contagious and it spreads very fast from person to person, and the severity and susceptibility of this particular virus. Now, when we go to health belief models, we see that the health belief model talks about a change in the behavior in the human being only when there is a perception of high severity of the disease and the individual simultaneously perceives himself or herself as highly vulnerable or susceptible to the disease. I am likely to get the disease. That itself is highly anxiety provoking. And on top of it, there was a fear of unknown. Nobody knew what this coronavirus is, what its nature is. There was no cure, there was no vaccination, and the fatality was very high. And the fear of unknown, there is something about which you have very ambiguous and half knowledge. Therefore, it is an unknown phenomenon. Therefore, the fear-inducing capacity of an unknown phenomenon is much higher compared to a known phenomenon. Therefore, the health anxiety was very high among the citizens. So health anxiety was high mainly because of the susceptibility of the disease and the severity of a disease as a combination. So this is anxiety number 1. The second source of anxiety, there was an information overflow. When the phenomenon is unknown, when there is an ambiguity about the nature of the phenomenon, then the likelihood of the information flooding is very high. So there was an information flooding which had very small proportion of facts and high proportion of rumors and guesses and apprehensions. And they spread very wide. As a result of which, the brain has a limited capacity to process the information that we receive. As a result of which, there was a typical mismatch between the pace and the amount of information that was rolling through to the individual and the individual's capacity to absorb that information, screen them, process them, assimilate them, and formulate schema out of those. So there was a perfect mismatch between the information overflow and the capacity of the brain to process the information. So we all underwent what is called information processing anxiety. The third source of anxiety was very soon the government made it mandatory to follow certain COVID appropriate behavior, or the protocols were very clear. One is hand sanitization, second, wearing of mask, third, maintaining social distancing. So these were very prominent and they were repeatedly getting projected through media. So now this is a change in the behavior that the country demanded from every individual. Now, there is a natural tendency to resist any diktat for any change in the behavior. This is very human. I mean, it's very human to resist any change which is being imposed from outside. If you want to change, you will change. But somebody is asking you to change. It's a difficult proposition. Therefore, every time people had to, but this was mandatory on the one hand, and not following these protocol will make you more susceptible to the disease on the other hand. Therefore, the discomfort and the fear of missing out on this protocol, being pointed out by others, or making yourself vulnerable to the disease was very high. And this induced what we call compliance anxiety. The anxiety which raised because every time the individual was conscious whether one is complying with the protocol or not. And the fourth source of anxiety was the lockdown itself. And clearly, the individual had to adjust himself or herself to the lockdown. Clearly, there was a collapse of barrier between home and workplace. So the home had to share the two roles of a working person as well as a family member. And then there was what I term as home crowding. So until COVID-19, we were complaining that the families were not getting time together. And after 2020, we started complaining that, the homes are too crowded, and all the 24 hours, all the members being inside the house was creating a lot of problem. And the more so because every individual staying at home had to perform dual roles as a member of a particular profession or a professional role on the one hand and a family role on the other hand. So this created what is called performance anxiety. Thus, during the first phase of COVID or the first wave of COVID, all of us did experience these 4 different sources of anxiety. And now, the COVID experience was different for patients as well as healthcare workers, as well as the family members of a person, the members of a family where at least one individual suffered from COVID. Now, this was the scenario. You just recollect. 2020 now looks very remote to us, but these are the pictures that we shot during the first wave of COVID, and this is how the hospitals looked. The doctors wore a different, attire, and they looked totally different, like astronauts or somebody, outlandish human beings or aliens totally. They themselves could not recognize their own reflections in the mirror in a way. So the doctors were looking very different, and the human part of the looks was gone totally. And then this is how the wards looked, highly crowded, each one having their own island by themselves. And the family members had to be mute spectators when the patients, a member of their family, was being wheeled into the hospital for treatment. And then you see that in this picture, the way a tired health worker is just dozing off on the work table itself. So the health workers had to also undergo a lot of anxiety because of their attire, because of the heavy pressure for their work and all. And then the patients inside the ICU, they had to listen to the whispers of the doctors and another patient dying next to them, somebody just, breathing their last. So they were the witness to all this. And there was lot of anxiety among the doctors, patients, and the family members because they were all in contact with the corona patients. Now, based upon about 2,500 calls that we had during this period of the first wave, we did a thematic analysis and various types of problems with which people called us. I'm just sharing them with you. One is the highest anxiety that people had. Most of the calls, 90% of the calls were anxiety calls. And we opened our helpline 24/7. So we used to sleep with our mobile phone next to our bed and to pick up the call whatever time it be. So high susceptibility of COVID-19 was one of the sources of anxiety. That was very frequently we used to get. Will I get it? What if I get it? I coughed twice in the morning. Do I have? So this sort of calls. Then non-availability of beds, oxygen for the patients. This was panic calls. We had thousands of panic calls from patients they were not able to get. And then there was also apprehension. I used to get calls from friends and acquaintances saying, you are running a, you are running a helpline. What in case a member of my family, gets sick with COVID? Will there be a bed? So I used to understand their anxiety. One cannot reserve a bed for oneself during that phase. So I used to tell them, I mean, I can see that you may not, the probability of you are getting COVID is very low because you told me that you are following all COVID protocols. So in spite of that, should you get, then I will take the responsibility of obtaining a hospital bed for you. So this used to give a lot of reassurance for the people. Then social stigma of diagnosis of COVID. Now, this was something that we were having a lot of problem with. Any member in the family diagnosed with COVID, they won't even inform. Initially, in the initial phases, they were very, I mean, it was a taboo. It was a stigma even to inform that some member in the family has COVID. Then there was unknown fear and insomnia. I would say that India hardly slept during the first wave of COVID. Starting from 12-year-old children to 85-year-old elderly senior citizens, we used to get calls. Most of the calls had the complaint that I'm unable to sleep. Insomnia was the major problem during COVID-19. So the unknown fear, which was bothering them, which was not getting translated into a known shape, caused a lot of insomnia. Then perception of social isolation during this because of social distancing. I think the phrase social distancing was something which was a mistake on our part. We should have called it physical distancing and not social distancing. As it is, people, we are affiliation-oriented society. We are the people who would like to have our own kith and kin around us, our friends around us when we were going through some sort of crisis. That particular greatest support of people was totally cut down. And this was the major cause of suffering of Indian citizens. Yes, you had COVID, it's a different matter. You had anxiety, it's a different matter. If only people could visit you, if only your own people could be around you and with you during that time, that could have really balmed your anxiety. But not having people around was the major problem, major crisis for Indians, unlike the Westerners. Health of the kin in COVID high countries. People sitting here, particularly where the youngsters were in the countries where the COVID was very high and rampant, one of the sources of anxiety was the COVID high countries. My own people are there. What will happen to them? Then aggravation of pre-existing clinical anxiety. We had a number of calls where the mental health issues were aggravated. We had call from people where the bipolar disorder got aggravated and the person, a young boy in the family, got very violent and he beat up his grandfather, 80-plus-year-old grandfather, black and blue, and he disappeared from the house during the, lockdown time. So you could imagine. So finally, we had to get an ambulance. We had to request the mental hospital, send an ambulance along with the police, fetch this boy, put this boy into the ambulance, and then take him for admission into the hospital. So dereliction of one's own responsibility towards family. Everybody bothered and everybody was verifying. Am I doing justice? Am I being fair in contributing to the needs of the family? So now you see that in most of these anxiety-provoking instances, it is the affiliation-oriented psyche of Indian which is coming to the forefront. The other calls were distress due to lack of accessibility to medication, and therefore people started hoarding medicines for themselves, particularly those with non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, etc. Then interpersonal conflicts among family members, domestic violence went very high during this time. And we used to get calls, panic calls from women who were subjected to domestic violence. One reason was alcohol, and the other reason was, familiarity breeding contempt among the family members. So interpersonal conflicts were high, and we had to we had to reach some legal support to some of the members during this time. Financial uncertainties and problems. So particularly from the daily wages and also the business class, small business class, we had a number of calls where we had to reach some food items to those people through government organizations. Grief, bereavement, guilt, and depression over the death of a close one. Now, again, what happens is, Indian culture has, and rituals have some therapeutic measures inbuilt into the system. When there is a bereavement in a family, all the people who know them, they gather in their house for condolence and also to, extend a helping hand. That was missing during this time. So I came across an elderly lady whose husband died not of corona, but due to heart attack. And she and her husband lived alone in Delhi, and she had to cremate her husband. There was nobody. So she, along with the driver, helped the body into the vehicle, and the driver had to take the body and cremate it all by himself and come back. And this lady suffered from a lot of guilt feeling and bereavement, and which I had to deal with, for a longer period of time. The other problem is addiction to social media and television, particularly among the children. So parents had a lot of problems with this. Then withdrawal syndrome due to non-availability of alcohol and drugs, particularly during lockdown 1. Online schooling for children, which started a little later after the first wave of COVID, where the parents found that the resources to facilitate online schooling for children are limited. And we normally don't think of the young parents. If the parents have 2 to 3 children, they have only 1 laptop and 2 telephones, and both the parents had to work. So they had to fetch more, and this placed a financial burden on them. Now, we also took about 12,000 social media postings and did a content analysis. This will give you a glimpse of Indian psyche particularly. Now you see that what happened during this particular phase is that during the lockdown 1, I'm not talking about the corona wave 1, wave 2, or wave 3. I'm talking about lockdown 1, lockdown 2, lockdown 3, and 4. So now, all the media postings that came during lockdown 1, humor was a major strategy throughout. And we used to get a number of WhatsApp messages and tweeting and also in Instagram and all. The humor was the most, popular thing, that humorous postings were there during this time. And then the second part of it was rumor. Rumor was rampant during this time, and gradually people started panicking because of rumors in the initial phase, but they started to screen, they learned later on to screen these rumors very carefully and identify those which are relevant and screen out those which are not relevant. During lockdown 2, that is, during almost the second wave, between the first wave and the second wave, when there was lockdown 2, people became very critical about the state government and the central government. They were very vigilant to identify the mistakes committed by the government, lack of information. They criticized the governments for every small thing, not taking into consideration the magnitude of work that the government was already undertaking. And they never bothered about it because they criticized because the anxiety levels of the people were very high. And now, between the first and the second wave of COVID, people suddenly started realizing that their being confined to the 4 walls of their homes became a problem in their fitness, in maintaining their fitness. Suddenly they started becoming very concerned about their fitness, and they started jugaad. doing some jugaad about, handling their fitness inside the house. When they were not able to go for their walks or to the gym, they created some facilities, some temporary facilities to keep themselves fit. Then after the second wave came and the lockdown 3 and 4, people started suddenly realizing that they have been under tension for too long a period. They started understanding that their psychological state was not normal. They were not laughing as frequently as they could. They were not relaxing as much as they should. And they were not actually giving the output as much as they should. Therefore, they became suddenly aware of their affect state and started creating certain situations in order to keep their psychological health in fitness. And it is during this time that people started becoming very creative and they started being very productive too. So now, when you are talking about the humor and patriotism during phase 1, this humor comes during the crisis time when there is humor being used, and that is a very clear sign of denial. We want to say, no, we are not in a crisis. We are not in a crisis. No, we are not. We are not going to lose so many of our fellow human beings to corona. So there was a typical denial among the Indian population. They wanted to use humor as a reaction formation. And then criticism and physiological fitness that they used in the second part of it was a clear indication of resistance and adaptation. They were saying, I will not let it affect me. Therefore, I am criticizing everybody who is committing a smallest mistake, including the government, both at the state and also union government. And I am adapting to the situation. I want to keep myself physically fit. So this is a resistance. I am going to develop a resistance so that I can fight it back thoroughly. Then third state, when creativity and also the psychological state was being corrected in every one of us, that is a clear indication of our evolution. That is, we are evolving from an anxiety-prone person and emerging as resilient people. This is something which typically happened to Indians compared to the other countries. Other countries were fighting with their governments that they would not follow the protocol, that their fundamental right is being, impinged. But we were evolving because we adapted and also we coped with the situation. Some of the humorous postings which attracted my situation was, I just captured some of them. It will, take you back. Then we did one study, this is study 2, which we did on people with hypertension. So we divided the hypertensives into 4 groups, and group 1 was the group which had, who were diagnosed with hypertension for the last 4 years, and group 2, 5 to 7 years, group 3, 8 to 10 years. We found that the stress levels were very low among the people, the veterans of hypertension, people who have been diagnosed with hypertension for a prolonged period. And we also found that these are the people who were very compliant with hypertension medication and exercise, diet, everything. They stuck to their, prescription very religiously compared to those who were, diagnosed relatively recently. And we found that these are the people who had lesser hypertensive clinical symptoms. Those who have been diagnosed for a longer period, they were the ones who showed less symptoms compared to those who were just, 8 to 10 years. So we are still analyzing this data. I just picked up is relevant for us. Now, I will skip this. I will tell, how we evolved and emerged as resilience. Now, initially, when we encountered corona, in 2020, the first year when the first wave was going, we were in what is called a fear zone. We froze. In fact, we froze. We were anxiety prone and we were mentally not very stable. Stable in the sense not clinical, but we were depressed, we were anxious, etc. Then the experience took us to a learning zone. Then as we started experiencing, as we experienced, we encountered, we faced corona, we started learning from our crisis. So we turned this particular phase into a learning zone. We started to learn how to cope with the situation because the situation is new to everybody. So everybody started learning and government took the lead in giving us those learning experience. And in the third part of it, after having gained certain learning, we started experimenting with the environment. We started experimenting and coming out with innovative measures to invent the low cost or cost effective ventilators. We came up with sanitizers, which will be at the entrance of the places. We came up with a number of masks and production of sanitization material and all. India started taking the lead in production of material that is COVID appropriate. And then we emerged into what is called a growth zone. Yes, before we came to the growth zone, we had to struggle and we had to evolve through all these zones, but we never remained in the fear zone, freezing ourselves and thinking ourselves to be incapable and not able to work. Health workers' resilience cycle also showed us some very good, insights. Initially, the health workers geared up and they were in what is called preparation zone. They were highly enthusiastic and they thought that they will be able to encounter the situation. They went into what is called a heroic zone. So there were people who were working for 24/7 for a number of days, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, continuously they worked in the hospitals. And when initially they thought that they'll be able to cope with it, but they came to the reality experience. They understood that they have certain physical and psychological limitations, as a result of which the heroic psyche could not continue for long. And they started to accept the reality and they wanted to take a break. And they went into recovery and resumption after taking a break, only to get back to the preparation and go back into the cycle. So though we had our limitations in the resources or the manpower, so far as the health workers are concerned, because our health workers, starting from the doctors to the Safai Karmacharis, they went into this cycle with a sort of motivation to serve the country, to serve the people and give their best. They went into this cycle and they accepted the reality. They went into taking a break, rejuvenated themselves and came back to work again. So that is the reason why they evolved. So what are the essentials of resilience? One is there has to be an adversity. COVID was an adversity. There had to be an achievement. We did achieve in many fields. Education, for example, 35 crore students starting from primary to the higher education, everybody adopted to what is called distant learning. Within a matter of few weeks, we adapted to the technology, which was totally new to us. And that included young children from class 1, 2, 3 to senior people like me who are not very techno savvy. And then we flourished. We never sacrificed our academic year. We went ahead with that. So in order to do that, there are two factors which are very important. One is the protective factors that are internal factor. I would sum up that internal factor thing as a psyche, the Indian psyche that every human being nurtures in us. This Indian psyche is a spark that each one of us have to fight a crisis and emerge and evolve as resilient. Then the promotive factors are external factors. The major external factor for us is the leadership. The role of a leadership is very important. And here I have to emphasize the role that our Honorable Prime Minister played. So time and again, people might have criticized our Prime Minister for, indulging the entire nation in certain common activities like, ringing the bell or lighting a lamp, etc. But that has a psychological therapeutic value, which actually instilled in every Indian, we are together in this particular crisis. And it is this leadership, it is this spark that he invoked in all of us, saying that we are together during this crisis period, that evolved, that stimulated our affiliation-oriented need, and that continued to keep us all together. It boosted the morale of everyone. Then talk to the health workers that our Prime Minister did, and nation was united as an army. All of us were part of that. So the feeling of patriotism that was invoked during this period is something that is unparalleled. I have not seen such a thing happening during my lifetime. Then we started growing from deficit to self-reliance. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Look at the timing that each concept was introduced to us during this phase of crisis. Atmanirbhar Bharat did not come in the first part of the first wave. When we were evolving, then came the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we started producing our own, PPs and everything. So much so that we came up with production of our own vaccines to help the world to export to the other countries all over the world. So we evolved as self-reliant. Then we were reaching out to each other at personal level, and the nation was reaching out to people at different level, which was projected by the media. Then education and responsibility of the individual was continuously being projected by the media. Still, we did criticize. Still, we did cling on to some of the mistakes that were done. Yes, I don't say that we did, the government did not commit any mistake. The government did commit some mistake, but the media was highlighting some of those mistakes, and we were very critical about it. What about what we achieved during that? So this is what made us resilient, and we need to definitely appreciate that. Now, having come to the almost the end of our lockdown, which will be ending on 31st March. Now, this is the picture that is very essential. Now, the lockdown is going to be removed, and the disaster management clause is going to be removed. We are now educated very well about the COVID protocols. We are now experienced, and we know how to experiment, and we evolve. We know how to take care of ourselves. Therefore, the lockdown is going to be removed totally from 31st of March as per the announcement that I saw in the media. So this is like removing the protective shield from the tortoise. The tortoise may be very happy that I'm being released out of this shield. But the tortoise should understand that once the protective shield is removed, then the responsibility of protecting ourselves is on us. Now the tortoise finds me. We are not like tortoise, right? Because we are educated adequately, sufficiently, and we manage the crisis much better than any other country. In fact, the NRIs appreciate and say that the way India managed the crisis is unparalleled. It is unique, and we stood as a role model, both at micro level as well as at a macro level. As a nation, we forgot about all our differences. We stood as one. And as individuals, we saw to it that the people around us don't go to sleep without food. And we did take care of each other. So that is what is unique about the Indian psyche. That is what talked about the way India coped with COVID-19 as to COVID-19 is different from many other countries. Thank you very much. I'll be happy if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meena, ma'am. Ma'am has shown us the mirror image of whole situation to create the awareness to all the nutritionists. And ma'am has shown the very beautiful picture of tortoise to sum up the slide and to sum up the lockdown also. I invite Dr. Rekha Sharma, ma'am. She is coordinator for Swayam, and also she has now received a very good responsibility of coordinator for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan for Vidarbha district. I call upon Dr. Rekha Sharma ma'am to chair the session and request to all delegates to post any query, because we have a wonderful speaker here and she can answer our questions for this session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr.
स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा है.
Huh? Hello? Hello?
Ma'am,
Am
you
I
carry
audible?
on, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Meena Hariharan, madam, for your informative session on India and psychosocial response to COVID-19. You first acquainted us with the typical characteristics of Indian psyche, then 4 causes of anxiety during COVID-19 wave. And you rightly said, madam, instead of social distancing, it should have been physical distancing, which would have solved many problems. And even, yes, I have also heard about insomnia. One of my teacher participant in the refresher course said that he couldn't sleep for 2 months. For 60 days, he couldn't sleep. And then, yes, you shared about the studies related to anxiety in society, then society's adaptation and coping, and then COVID stress symptoms and compliance among hypertensives. A very good picture of COVID-19 lockdown you have shown us. In fact, your lecture went us back, or it was a flashback of COVID-19 lockdown, and from an angle of a psychologist that you have shown us. Thank you so much, madam. If there are any questions, the floor is open for a discussion. You can ask questions. You can write the questions in your chat box. We will read it out for the resource person. Yes. If you have any queries, please post. I think there are no questions. So thank you once again, madam, for your very beautiful lecture. Thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Sumita Jain, madam. Thank you, Dr. Hariharan, madam.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. So I declare that this plenary session first is over, and now over to our research paper session. So I call Dr. Renuka Mainde madam and Kavita Bakshi ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sumita ma'am. I invite the scientific committee members, Dr. Rita Bhargava, Dr. Kavita Gupta, and Dr. Kavita Bakshi ma'am to please take over the session. Over to you, Dr. Bhargava.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shakti, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Kavita, are you there?
Yes, I think Kavita Bakshi was there. Yes, she's there.
Yes, ma'am is there.
Yeah. Actually, Kavita Bakshi ma'am was going to introduce our first judge, Dr.
Here,
Dinesh.
Kavita Bakshi ma'am, are you able to hear us?
I think.
Please call her and ask her to unmute herself.
Ma'am, Kavita Bakshi, ma'am, I have unmute you, ma'am.
It's not getting unmuted.
Yeah,
It is
now it's
unmuted.
unmuted now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. And after such a wonderful feast, we need to move on to you can call a stimulant for all budding researchers. So a very good afternoon to each one of you on behalf of Nutrition Society of India, Nagpur chapter, and a warm welcome to each one of you present here for the scientific session. And I also take this opportunity to thank Nutrition Society of India Nagpur chapter for giving us this opportunity. It's my pleasure to welcome our judges and a heartfelt gratitude to them for accepting our invitation. Thank you, Dinesh Kumar sir and Itankar sir for accepting the invitation. Now, to begin with the scientific session, which is a much needed recognition and encouragement of students and research scholars who shall pave the way for many more researchers in clinical dietetics and nutrition. Now, with the blessings of Goddess Saraswati and our gurus, we shall start with the oral presentation. I think all the presenters are having goosebumps. So, dear ones, all best of luck to all the participants and do your best, and you all are winners. So now I would like to introduce our Dinesh Kumar sir. Vinita, I need a slide.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the slide is not there for this.
Dr. Kavita, you start calling participants one by one.
Okay, we need not introduce him.
Yes, you can just
Just
take
a
the
small
name.
introduction. Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir is a Senior Deputy Director, Coordinator, Center for Advanced Research for Preclinical Toxicology. He, as a pharmacologist, he is serving at FDTRC ICMR NIN from over 34 years. And he has more than 45 different products have been screened and 20 of them are translated into clinical use on his clinical trials. So with this, I hand over to Rita for introducing our next judge.
Yes, thank you, Kavita. Good afternoon to all the delegates, the senior members, and our eminent speakers. At the outset, I would like to thank the Nagpur chapter for giving me the opportunity to chair the scientific session. And first of all, I would like to introduce our second judge, Dr. Prakash Itankar sir. He's a professor of pharmacogenesis, section head, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and Director, Technology Park, RTMNU Nagpur. He has around 27 years of industry of total experience with around 41 research projects under his umbrella. He has guided many of the MPhil students and PhD students and has around 70 publications under him. So now we will start the scientific session. We have today around 6 oral presentations with us. And I would like to invite our first presenter, Dr. Sakina Raghib, to present. Her topic is screening of type 2 diabetes for metabolic syndrome and cardiometabolic risk. So now handing over to Dr. Sakina Raghib.
Yeah, and we'd like to tell both the judges have joined us. Thank you, Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, for joining in.
Sakina, are you there, Dr. Sakina?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, just to confirm, is the screen visible?
Yes, visible,
Yes,
Sakina.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My topic is screening type 2 diabetics for metabolic syndrome and cardiometabolic risk. There's an explosion in the number of diabetics worldwide. In turn, rise in diabetes is expected to influence cardiometabolic risk. Over the past decades, the prevalence of central obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia has risen alarmingly in patients with type 2 diabetes. Increased CMR could be an additive risk for cardiovascular diseases. These factors may lead to the early development of coronary heart diseases if left undiagnosed. Therefore, this study aimed to assess the impact of diabetes and associated cardiometabolic risk factors. Metabolic syndrome is a cluster of risk factors such as increased waist circumference, high fasting blood glucose, raised triglycerides, low high-density lipoprotein, and high blood pressure. The aim of the study is to screen type 2 diabetics for the prevalence of metabolic syndrome and predict cardiometabolic risk in the subjects. The present study screened 400 type 2 diabetics that included 200 males and 200 females for the prevalence of metabolic syndrome, and the subjects were selected by purposive sampling. These are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. The methodology. The research design pertaining to the study is depicted here. The study was carried out at Sunil's Diabetes Care and Research Center located centrally in Nagpur city. Sampling was based on prior permission from consulting diabetologist and the consent of the subjects as well. A structured questionnaire schedule was used to collect the information. Waist circumference measurements and biochemical parameters, the fasting blood glucose, triglycerides, HDL, and BP were all done using the standard techniques at the study center. Data obtained on study parameters was compiled and tabulated for statistical testing of all variables. These are the standard cutoff that were used. Waist circumference, the International Diabetic Federation cutoff was used. The biochemical parameters are mentioned here. The study subjects were assessed based on the presence of 2 or more risk factors along with diabetes, because the subjects are all known diabetics. So 2 or more factors along with diabetes was taken to consider cardiometabolic risk. Statistical analysis was done. The hypothesis formulated for the study: there is no association between the diabetic status of the subjects and cardiometabolic risk. The results of the study: means and standard deviations were calculated for all parameters and compared with the standard criteria and also between the sexes. Sex-wise differences in all the parameters were tested by applying t-test. The mean waist circumference measurements of both the sexes are observed to exceed the standards. In both the cases, males and females, they have both surpassed the cutoff. Female subjects showed a significantly higher waist circumference as compared to male subjects. The data reveals an extremely high FBG in both the sexes. Male subjects had a mean FBG of 169.41 plus minus 58.45, which is significantly higher than FBG noted in the females. Increased triglyceride levels is a characteristic feature in diabetes, and observations also reflect high mean values of triglycerides as compared to the standard criteria of less than 150 mg per dl. However, the difference between the two sexes is insignificant. A highly significant difference in the mean HDL levels between males and females was observed. Both the sexes reflect mean values that are falling below the recommended standard of 40 mg per dl for males and 50 mg per dl for females. The mean blood pressure measurements of male and female subjects differed insignificantly, both for systolic and diastolic. The mean values are observed to be more or less similar, and they have not really surpassed the cutoff, just closely. So 120, so this is 130, 130 both, more or less the similar ones. Waist circumference is often used as a surrogate marker of abdominal fat mass. Excess abdominal fat, or what we call as central obesity, is associated with increased risk of cardiometabolic disease. Hence, its correlation with the study parameters was studied. The most popular way to compute correlation is Pearson's product moment correlation, and the correlations have been calculated to understand the degree and direction of association between the study parameters. Very low negative but highly significant correlation is observed between waist circumference and fasting blood glucose of the subjects. Systolic blood pressure reflects a very low positive but significant relationship to waist circumference. The other parameters show an non-significant relationship. The correlation of fasting blood glucose with other 3 parameters is analyzed to assess the impact of diabetic state on these parameters. Results show a low positive relationship of fasting blood glucose to triglycerides, which is statistically highly significant. And a significant relationship is noted with HDL, which is low negative. Just to summarize, this table highlights the significant associations of each of the study parameters that we have discussed in the previous slides. So the waist circumference had a negative but highly significant relationship with fasting blood glucose, positive significant relationship with blood pressure, fasting blood glucose, low positive but highly significant relationship with triglycerides. And a significant relationship of fasting blood glucose was noted with HDL, which is low negative. This is just a summary of what has been previously discussed. Now coming to the cardiometabolic syndrome. All the study subjects were screened for the presence or absence of CMR factors, cardiometabolic risk factors. The results are presented in this figure. Majority of the subjects are at risk category, are at risk. Males 75.5% and females 79.5% are at risk. Division of subjects based on different risk factors prominently observed are shown in this figure. In spite of being on oral hypoglycemic treatment, highest percentage of subjects were noted with high FBG, indicating uncontrolled diabetes. Central obesity is prominently seen in both male and female subjects. Triglyceride level is generally found to be high in uncontrolled diabetes and may lead to dyslipidemia. Above 60% of the subjects in both the sexes show high triglyceride levels and are at cardiometabolic risk. Low HDL levels were observed in 68% males and 55% of the females, thereby categorizing them at risk again. The blood pressure is observed to be high in the subjects, which was high is indicating because it was 131, but comparatively it's still low as compared to the other parameters. The distribution of subjects based on the number of cardiometabolic risk factors identified in males and females is presented in this figure. The distribution observed from the figure is based on the presence of risk factors less than 3 and above 3. A considerable percentage of subjects are observed in 3 risk factors category, 29.5 and 34.5 in females. The female subjects showed a higher prevalence under this category as compared to males. A fairly higher percentage of males, 30.5%, and females, 28%, are observed with 4 risk factors. It is also significant to note that 17% of females are under the clustering of all 5 risk factors, while in males the percentage is slightly less, 15.5%. A large percent of diabetic subjects of the present study are under cardiometabolic risk as assessed by different parameters and therefore reflect a grim situation. To conclude, uncontrolled diabetes was a prominent observation. The impact of diabetes was significantly noted on lipid parameters, and it points out to diabetic dyslipidemia. A high percentage of subjects showed clustering of metabolic risk factors. The results of the present study significantly point out to a high percentage of diabetic subjects under cardiometabolic risk, and hence the hypothesis is rejected. The results reflect a gloomy situation that needs immediate intervention. The recommendations, this was a gender balance sample, 200 males, 200 females. So a large population-based study can be done to endorse the results that are obtained in this study. Diagnostic testing should be preferred in individuals with a clinical history indicative of diabetes. So at the pre-diabetic stage, probably we will be able to avert it. So at that stage, if we do the screening, we may prevent the problem. A lifelong condition like diabetes is best managed with the support of a diabetes healthcare team. And the diabetic themselves are the most important member of this team. Lifestyle modification is the preliminary step in the management of diabetes and its associated risks. And therefore, all diabetics should regularly consult the diabetologist and the nutritionist to prevent falling prey to metabolic syndrome. Thank you so much.
Madam, can I ask you a question? What
is the
new thing which you are going to suggest?
So that constant education programs, and like my first point is that at the pre-diabetes, now these are all known diabetics. If you are able to arrest diabetes before the onset itself, so that would be a better option. So probably screening the pre-diabetics and regular screening. So subjects who are above 30 years, screening them so that they don't fall prey to diabetes and then eventually landing into this trouble. So that would be the best suggestion.
Okay, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you everyone for your patient listening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sakina, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity, NSI.
Now, I would like to call upon our second speaker, Dr. Manjari Ranade. Her topic of presentation is
panelist. And Manjari is able to become a panelist right now. Can we invite the third speaker?
Okay. Is Dr. Mayura Kathane present?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
Okay. Yeah. So her topic of presentation is effect of socioeconomic factors on purchase pattern on cereal and extruded products in
working and non-working women in
working
Nagpur
and
city.
non-working women of Nagpur city. So over to you, Mayura.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, Vinita, ma'am, I sent my PPT yesterday.
Are you able to present? If you can present, or you won't be able to present?
No, I
Okay.
won't be able to present. Can you do
I'll take
that
the
for me?
sharing rights. I'll do it.
Thank you very much.
Which one is yours? I'll just see. Start speaking it. I'll share.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everybody. And thank you, Organizing Committee, for giving me the chance to present my research paper in this conclave. I am Dr. Mayura Kathane, and topic of my research paper is effect of socio-economic factors on purchasing pattern of cereals and extruded products among working and non-working women in Nagpur city. Go ahead, please. Nowadays, the consumption of cereals and extruded products is increasing, and the reason for increasing the consumption is the reason for increasing the consumption is globalization, liberalization, urbanization, increasing number of working women, rise in per capita income, changing lifestyle due to modernization, increasing impact of television and advertisement, and increasing level of affluence in the society. As stated above, the aim of the study is, go on the next slide, please. The aim of the study is to find out the consumption pattern of cereals and extruded products by working and non-working women in Nagpur city. Next, please. The objective of the studies are to study the socio-economic conditions of working and non-working women in Nagpur city, to study the awareness of branded and non-branded, to study the awareness of branded products and uses of cereals and extruded products among working and non-working women in Nagpur city, and to access the purchasing pattern of cereals and extruded products of working and non-working women of Nagpur city. Next one, please. Now, we did this selection under some criteria. As looking at the population of the Nagpur city, we consider 95% of the confidence level, and we calculated the sample size as a 400, that we give equal representation to the both, that is working and non-working, that we divided 200 working women and 200 non-working women for this criteria. And the samples were selected using the cluster and judgmental sampling method. The study designed the analytical cross-sectional study using survey method for this collection of data, and the structured questionnaire was used for the collection of data. Now let's look at the kind of information we collected under each head. Under the socio-demographic head, we collected the information regarding age, qualification, family size, earning, age, qualification, you are going to ahead, family size, earning members, monthly income, income spent on food and processed food. Go on the next one. As we ask questions while collecting the information regarding the population of cereals and extruded products with their according to their brand names, and plus we tried to find out the association between the consumption of cereals and extruded products and the socio-demographic factors such as qualification, family size, plus, and we consider each food categories as shown in the side. The food products, go on the next one. The food products, they are red in color. They are not used for the statistical analysis because their consumption was very less. The statistical analysis, the data was tabulated and was analyzed statistically using SPSS version 20. Mean, standard deviation, and t-tests were computed for the age, income. The association between working and non-working women and the consumption of cereals and extruded products was computed using the chi-square test, and the confidence level was set at 95%. Now let's go for the results and the discussion. Let's look at the demographic parameters of the samples we studied. As the expert panel decided in the sampling method that only the women between the age of 30 to 50 years will be served. Out of the survey, the graph shows most of the women belongs to the 30 to 45 age group, and the average age of the working woman was 39.9 plus minus 6.15 years, and the non-working woman was 38.36 plus minus 5.7 years. Slide 2, figure 2. Yes, working or non-working, most of the women were at least graduate, and under the high category of most of the women were found to be working. The working women were significantly more qualified than that of non-working women. Next one. Irrespective of working or non-working, most of the women were for families having 1 to 4 family members. The significant association was observed between the working status of women and family size. Next one. Working women were almost evenly divided between the nuclear and joint families, whereas most non-working women belongs to the joint families. Next one. It was observed that working women were most likely to have more than one earning member in their family. A significant association again observed between the working status of women and the earning members in their families. Next one. Up to 25,000 to 25,000 and 25,000 to 50,000 working women were more, and in case of above 50,000 non-working women were more. Actually, these are the categories we distributed for our criteria, and the average monthly income of working women was rupees 38,125 plus minus 19,550, and the non-working woman was rupees 40,625 plus minus 20,825. Next one. Most of the respondents spend rupees 10,000 on average on food, irrespective of working or non-working, on their monthly grocery. Next one. Out of the monthly income, usually they spend also similar on the processed food. And we calculated the cereals and extruded products consumption on the basis of consumption of processed food only. Go on the next one. We found that the result is noodles from the Maggi was found to be the most consumed extruded products among both type of families. Cornflakes was the most consumed breakfast cereals from Kellogg's brand in non-working women as compared to working women. Chocos was the next popular product breakfast cereal from Kellogg's, followed by oats from Sofola's. Pasta from Sunfeast was the most popular brand in the extruded products. Yes. Now let's see the distribution of women consumers according to the users and non-users of breakfast cereals and extruded products. Except muesli, none of the other breakfast cereal and extruded products showed significant association with the working status of women. Consumption of muesli was significantly higher in non-working women as compared to working women. Next one. According to the table, cornflakes was the most consumed breakfast cereal from the Kellogg's brand in non-working women as compared to working women. Chocos was the next popular breakfast cereal from Kellogg's, followed by oats from Saffola. Honey Loaves from Kellogg's and muesli from Kellogg's in non-working women as compared to working women. These are our findings from all the calculations, from all the statistical analysis. In noodles, Maggi was the most popular brand, but its consumption was found to be more in non-working women as compared to working women. In macaroni, MTR, and in pasta, Sunfeast were the most popular brands. Now let's see the association between socio-demographic status. Go on next slide, please. Yes. Now let's see the association between socio-demographic factors and consumption of breakfast cereals and extruded products. We see that all the results in this only specific range, but there is a specific tables, big table behind it. So I just prepare a small table from all the big tables to show the proper results from all these tables. The uses of noodles was found to be more in non-working graduates and the postgraduates with additional qualification in working women category. The uses of pasta was found more in graduates with additional qualification for both non-working and working women. The uses of cornflakes was found more in postgraduates for working and postgraduates with additional qualification for working women again. The uses of chocos was found more in graduates for non-working and graduates with additional qualification as well as postgraduates for working women. The uses of oats was found more in postgraduates for non-working and postgraduates with additional qualification for working women. Go on the next slide, please. Here we found that, okay, next one. Next one, please. Vinita ma'am, next one, please. Okay, here the conclusion, yes. Here we found that the use of cereals and extruded products is quite widespread among both working and non-working women. The consumption of mostly in breakfast cereals was significantly higher in non-working women than working women. The Maggi, Kellogg's, Sunfeast, Saffola were found to be the most popular brands among working as well as non-working women. Educational status of the women showed significant association with purchasing of cereals and extruded products between working and non-working women. And except education, none of the socio-demographic factors shows significant association between purchasing of cereals and extruded products between working and non-working women. Thank you.
Madam,
yes, sir.
From where did you get the data of these pulses and all those things?
Sir, I did this from the interview method. I prepared a questionnaire for that, and I took the interview from working and non-working women both. I went everywhere.
Did you compare with the standard data?
Yes, sir. Because I
how it was different or it was same?
No, sir, because the results are same. Some are positive from my side, some are negative from my side. Because
fine.
Yes.
Fine. Good. That you should have reflected.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
right.
I went personally everywhere to collect the data.
ठीक. Right. Over.
Thank you, sir.
Itankar sir, any questions from
Any
you?
questions from the other judge?
I think we should call the next participant.
Yes.
Is Manjari Rana ready?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Not yet. Then is Rishikesh Zokare? He is there.
Rishikesh?
Rishikesh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, ma'am.
You can take it over, Rishikesh.
Yesterday.
Topic of Dr. Rishikesh is dietary habits and assessment of osteopenia and osteoporosis in workers and executives. Can you present your PPT, Dr. Rishikesh?
No, ma'am. I'm unable to do that.
Okay, then Vinita, can you do it?
Rishikesh, you have the sharing rights. Try to share. I am giving you the sharing rights. Will you be able to share?
One sec.
Okay, I will share the PPT.
Next slide, ma'am.
Rishikesh, please start. Rishikesh, please start your presentation. I've shared the PPT.
Yes. Yes, thanks a lot.
You have 10
Ma'am,
minutes.
please, next slide.
Start fast.
Yes, please, next slide, ma'am, please. Yes, my topic, dietary habits and assessment of osteopenia and osteoporosis in workers and executives. Next slide, please. With the increasing size of our aging population and the improving longevity of man, osteoporosis in man will soon become an even greater burden to society and healthcare system worldwide. Next slide, ma'am. Osteoporosis in man is not a rare problem and is an important clinical issue for man, just as it is for women. Since women are at a higher risk of developing osteoporosis, the media and the healthcare industry usually focus osteoporosis was found to be around 17.3% in males. The present study was postulated especially in the workers and executives because they have long-standing hours. Moreover, approximately 80% of the urban Indian population is vitamin D deficient. Executive workers work most of hours in air-conditioned offices. Workers and executives have lifestyle which includes smoking, tobacco chewing, and alcohol consumption with less time to do the exercises. The aim of the study was to postulate to see the comparison of the BMD in the workers and executives, and also to see the impact of dietary habits and lifestyle and its relation to the BMD. Objective: to see the relationship of BMD between workers and executives, to identify which class is vulnerable to osteoporosis, and to correlate the dietary habits and lifestyle and its relationship with the BMD. Next slide, please. Methodology, study area. The present study was conducted at Mahindra & Mahindra Farm Sector Plant at Hingna, Nagpur. Study design. The target population for the study was workers and executives from Mahindra & Mahindra Hingna, Nagpur in the age group of above 40 years. Total of 60 samples were selected by the judgmental sampling method. 30 executives above the age of 40 and 30 workers above the age group of 40 were selected. Collection of the data. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. General information included the information on educational status of the subject, age, previous history, and economical status. Diet history was collected with the help of pre-designed questionnaires on food habits, meal patterns, vegetarian, non-vegetarian, and 24 hours of dietary recall was collected, on the basis of which nutritive value was calculated for the protein, fat, and calcium. Next slide, please. In the present study, the subjects' anthropometric measurements were recorded: height, weight, BMI, waist circumference, hip circumference, waist to hip ratio, and neck circumference. Next slide, please. BMD, bone mineral density test, was conducted by a trained technician from the company. The results of the test were interpreted as T-square, which is presented in the results. Next slide, please. Of workers and executives according to the age. 60 subjects were taken and 30 were in each group. For easy in the both the groups were in 50 to 60 years of age group. In coronary arterial diseases, it may be due to the sedentary lifestyle and the stress and less physical activity. As results indicate, the calorie consumption was found to be higher in the workers. It could be attributed to their physical activities. This workers perform physical work is significant, and hence the hypothesis is accepted. Distribution of subject according to the protein consumption of executives and workers. It was found that mean protein intake of executives was 43.03 grams, as compared to the workers, it was 45.94 grams. Worker have more protein intake than executives. This difference is statistically highly significant. As seen earlier in calories, similar protein consumption was found higher in the workers compared to the executives. Difference was found to be statistically significant, thus accepting the hypothesis. In both the groups, protein consumption was inadequate as compared to the RDA, that is 60 grams per day. Next slide, please. Fat distribution of subjects according to the fat consumption of executives and workers. Mean fat intake of executives was 65 grams. Were consuming higher fat than executives. This difference is statistically not significant. In the present study, fat consumption was found to be on higher side in both workers and executives. Meals were provided from the company at the subsidized rate. All employees were consuming canteen foods. Repeated fried items were served in the breakfast and snacks, which resulted in higher fat consumption. Since fat consumption was on higher side, it could be the reason of slightly higher mean BMI. Next slide, please. Distribution of subject according to the calcium intake of executive and mean workers. It was found that mean calcium intake of executives was 526 milligrams, as per to workers it was 520 milligrams. Executives have slightly higher calcium intake than the workers. However, the difference is statistically not significant, as there was a marginal difference in calcium intake values in both the groups. Calcium consumption was found to be insufficient in workers and executives, as calcium resources like milk, curd, cheese, fortified tofu, green beans, and almonds were lacking in the diet. However, the consumption of executive was slightly better, although it was also lacking as compared to the recommended RDA values of 600 mg. Next slide. Distribution of BMI values of executive and workers. In executive, 60% were overweight. It may be because of the sedentary lifestyle and excess fat and less intake of fiber. In workers, 56.9 were overweight, even though they have more physical work as compared to executives, probably because of the excess fat consumption. Next slide. Distribution of subjects according to non-nutritional factors. It was found that 8 workers were smokers, 11 workers used to chew tobacco, and 5 workers used to smoke and chew tobacco. While in executive, 10 executives used to smoke, 8 used to chew tobacco, and 2 used to smoke and chew tobacco. Next slide. Distribution.
We are not able to hear you, Rishikesh.
Okay, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. No, now it's better. Now it's better.
Hello.
Rishikesh, you are not audible.
I think you can be a little louder.
Okay, I will do that. Subject according to the T-score. In the present study, 9 executives had osteoporosis.
Again, you are not audible, Dr. Rishikesh.
No, Rishikesh, are you there?
Ma'am, I'm there. Am I audible?
No, you are not at all audible. We can't hear you. Please speak a little louder. Yes, you may, because we are running out of time. Please be fast.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, audible now?
I think some connectivity issue.
Yes, some connectivity problem, I suppose.
Yeah, the voice is coming and
Ma'am, I'm
going.
audible right now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, now.
Yeah, we'll continue, ma'am.
Correlation between calcium intake and T-score in osteopenic executive. Statistically, there is a high positive correlation observed between calcium intake and T-score in the osteopenic executives. Next slide, please. From above graph, it can be evaluated there is a high positive correlation between calcium intake and T-score in osteoporotic executives. Next slide, please. Correlation between calcium intake and T-score in osteopenic workers. Osteopenic workers. Next slide, please. Correlation between calcium intake and T-score in osteoporotic workers. Statistically was observed between calcium and T-score in osteoporotic workers. It may be because of the limited sample size. Conclusion: as per the result of study elicited, it can be concluded that workers and executives have lower calcium intake, which may lead to osteopenia and osteoporosis. The significant association was observed between calcium intake and BMD. Considering the limited sun exposure, vitamin 3 deficiency is a common problem nowadays, which may influence progression of osteoporosis. Non-nutritional risk factors like chewing tobacco and smoking may increase chances of osteopenia and osteoporosis. These results suggest that good quality diet with a high intake of fruit, vegetables, breakfast cereals associated with adequate calcium, good quality protein, coupled with complete tobacco and smoking cessation with regular physical activities may contribute to better accumulated BMD, particularly in men. Workers and executives are vulnerable to osteoporosis. Thank you.
Any questions from the judges, please?
Dr. Ritankar sir and Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir.
Dinesh Kumar sir.
Sir, would you like to ask any questions? Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, I think we can move ahead because we are actually, if there are any questions, we may take it a little later.
Manjuri has also joined now.
Hello, madam.
Yes. So should.
Am I audible? Will you share my PPT, madam?
So I think, yeah, we can invite Dr. Manjari Ranade, and she would be speaking on homemade blenderized Riles tube formula is equally efficient as commercial formula in terms of anthropometric and biochemical measurements in tertiary care, neurological intensive care unit, a single center study.
Yeah, Manjari ma'am is asking to share her PPT, but she has not sent her PPT to us. So we don't have.
I have sent, madam, yesterday.
When did you send, ma'am?
Yesterday,
No,
madam. In the morning also. Good morning also.
Ma'am, requesting you, if you have, we can make you the presenter and you can share the PPT.
Yeah, ma'am is the presenter right now.
Yeah, we can try, madam.
Yeah, if you are taking time, maybe I think we move on to the.
Hello? No, I'm ready, madam, but.
You're ready. Okay, please do share your slides.
But I'm unable to share. I have sent you in the morning, madam. If you can share it.
Ma'am, we'll look into it. Ma'am, can we have the next speaker, ma'am?
Okay,
Yes.
share content.
Yes, I think we call upon the next presenter. This is Anjali Jagtap. We request Dr. Anjali Jagtap would be speaking on current trend in weight management using nutritional supplement as meal replacement.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Can we have Dr. Anjali?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Ma'am, can you allow me to share the content, the PPT?
Yes, you're the presenter, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
You can make it full screen.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see the full screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Ma'am, my topic is current trend in weight management using nutritional supplements as a meal replacement with few case studies. The abstract is the modern community has been facing the health issues related to obesity and other disorders, which include diabetes, hypertension, and cardiac problems. And the underlying causes later cause other health problems. The medical intervention is confined to laboratory testing, diagnosis, and treatment for maintenance and improving health and fitness, but offering full-fledged diet and physical workout or exercise plan for the individuals is beyond the scope of physician's role. However, there are some fitness agencies, or we can say the experts, which offer an array of well-formulated solutions which are non-medical. And the prime objective of such programs is achieving ideal body mass index through the regular exercise and well-planned balanced diet. Such programs are quite popular in the community, and they operate independently besides the medical services. And basic principles are same, like calorie management and check on the nutritional intake. So meal replacement is one of such concepts which is being popular in India on massive scale at present. So the key terms which are involved in this study are balanced diet, meal replacement, nutritional supplements, calorie management, body mass index, basal metabolic rate, and ideal body weight. The objectives of the study is a descriptive study of survey type. And the objective is to review the effects of nutritional replacements when taken as meal replacements along with the regular meals or along with the regular meals for weight management. The tools that are used for the study is data from the product users and the data from the wellness coaches who guided the users on the weight management and the medical reports of the participants in the study. The scope and the limitations of the study can be discussed as this data is collected from the users residing in various parts of Maharashtra. This is possible because there are some online groups where the communication is possible. The information obtained from the wellness coach is cross-checked with the individuals by interviewing them and getting some Google forms filled by them, and some medical reports which support the health parameters like BSL, blood sugar level, etc. Then, although the weight management refers to both weight loss and weight gain, the limit of the study is that the focus is mainly the weight loss. The rationale for the present study is individuals are facing mainly obesity and overweight issues, which bring as a package cardiovascular and physiological problems later. So weight loss becomes the prime concern if the individual has to recover from the other emerging health issues. But the physicians and surgeons do not give elaborate diet or workout plan. However, they suggest the patients or the individuals to obtain optimum weight. The individuals need support from dietitians or experts in the domain. So with many regimens available out there, meal replacement is highly popularized because of easy and systematic approach and the systematic strategies. So the results are impressive, attracting many people expecting the similar results. Now the key terms, let us discuss in short, what are the key terms? Balanced diet, as we all know, it refers to the meal that contains food items, which are the sources of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the proper amount as recommended by different dietary authorities. So, and one single food item may not contain all the nutrients in required quantity. So we should include the food items that may serve as a potential source of these nutrients. So planning the meal by including different foods is the main task in creating a balanced diet for yourself. This is a food pyramid which shows how your meal has to be planned, including the proper amounts of carbohydrate, the sources of food sources of carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins, minerals, even fats and sugars. So food pyramid depicts how it should be the arrangement in the descending order up from carbohydrates to fats and sugars. Another term which is body mass index. Basically, before starting any plan, it is important to calculate the body mass index. The readily available formula is simple calculation using a person's height and weight. The formula is BMI is equal to kg per meter square, where kg is a person's kilogram, person's weight in kilograms, and meter square is their height in meters squared. usually a BMI of 25.0 or more is overweight, while the healthy range is 18.5 to 24.9. So BMI applies to most adults between 18 to 65 years of age. So usually how it is interpreted, the BMI categories are like underweight if your BMI is less than 18.5, normal weight if it is between 18.5 to 24.9. So the objective is to attain the BMI within this range. Overweight is indicated by the BMI falling between 25 to 29.9, and obesity is indicated by the BMI which is 30 or greater. Now, what is the next step? If BMI is not normal, is not within the normal range, so maintain a healthy weight. Maintaining a healthy weight is important for your heart health, and one has to get educated about overweight, obesity, and its effects on the health. Increasing physical activity, eating a heart healthy diet. So these are some remedies one has to take if BMI is found to be greater than the normal. Now, what is weight management? How weight management comes into the picture? Like achieving the weight as per the optimum BMI range is weight management. This can be achieved by taking balanced diet and adequate physical exercise. This can be either weight reduction or weight loss, depending on your BMI, whether it is below the normal or above the normal. Now, the key points related to diet. You need protein for your muscles, bones, and the rest of your body. And this need changes with the age. So there are certain categories age-wise are given here. Like babies need about 10 grams a day. School-age kids need 19 to 34 grams a day. Teenage boys need up to 52 grams a day. Teenage girls need 46 grams a day. Adult men need about 56 grams a day. And adult women need about 46 grams a day. And this amount increases if the woman is pregnant or lactating. So in weight management, monitoring protein intake is very essential. And the general formula which is applied is that approximately 1 gram protein is required per unit kg of body weight. Usually the regular diet lacks in protein-rich foods. It contains, the regular diet contains more carbohydrates and fats. And along with the proteins, vitamins and minerals are also indispensable for maintaining immunity and other physiological processes at their optimum level. And the vitamins like A, B, C, D, E are very important as they build our immunity and take part in various physiological processes. There are some elements
Dr.
like
Anjali, Dr.
Yes.
Anjali, sorry to disturb you, but I would rather say that you can actually go to your work. You need to go for the formulas. We are exceeding time. Please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm coming. The next point is meal
go
replacement.
directly to your work.
Yes, ma'am. So the meal replacement concept is important, ma'am, here because it's a survey type of study. So meal replacement, and then I'll go to the next statistics. Meal replacement, I'll just explain in very short, ma'am. I will not read out anything, everything. So as the balanced diet planned at home is very, I mean, it's challenging to include all the sources which will give you the adequate nutrition. So there are some commercialized formulae which can be taken in place of a meal or sometimes in combination with the meal, and this is for the weight management and calorie management, so that it will provide you the nutritionals in proper amount, but at the same time it will give low calories. So this is, I have explained about meal replacement. Now this is a 3D approach where the properly balanced diet, nutrition supplements as meal replacement and physical exercise are combined together in this plan. The nutrition supplement, again in short I'll tell it includes all the proteins, vitamins, minerals, micronutrients in adequate amounts as per the food level. Like SPDCAS value score is also 1.0. It means protein digestibility is more in this maximum. Physical exercises, we know the importance of it. Now the case studies, like this is the part of the study. As it is a popular concept, the scope of this paper is limited, so I have collected a data of nearly 40 people who followed the meal replacement diet plan and physical exercise of 40 minutes daily. And out of 40 selected cases, here the 4 cases I will present as representative data. So this is a case study table in which there are 4 integers like I have identified. So they are above 40 of age, both like male and female subjects are included. You can see in the table the initial weight and the closing weight. The minimum period is like 2 months and maximum is more than 2 months, and they had certain health problems like diabetes, varicose veins, PCOD and hypertension. So the discussion, we can, in this study, it was found that these people from the identified cases had been taking the meal replacement as in the prescribed plan for more than a period of 2 months. And they actually, after 2 months, they experienced weight reduction, and even the other health problems were solved without taking any special medications for that. So case wise, ma'am, with the names it's given, I don't think I should go in detail. Here it is given case wise. So what shall I do, ma'am? This is a part of the case study. Individual cases discussed in short here. So shall I go ahead with that?
Ma'am, kindly conclude your study. Ma'am, kindly conclude your study.
Yes, ma'am. So these problems of varicose veins, diabetes, hypertension, and PCOD were relieved. So the conclusion is that the meal replacement used in the program is a nutrition supplement and a protein powder manufactured by multinational companies. There are a couple of products available in the market, and these nutrition supplements, they contain all basic essential nutrients. So the changed pattern of diet controls calorie intake, facilitating faster weight loss. When you fast or skip meals for weight loss, body is starved and it may lead to weakness due to energy shortage. But in meal replacement programs, body is not starved as it gets sufficient nutrition. The limitations of the meal replacement program are the products which are used in weight management are highly processed, as they have extracts from herbs and many nutrients combined in one product. Also, they have a very fine texture and palatability that is achieved by fine processing. Long-term effects on digestive and metabolic organs are not yet studied, and any adequate data related to adverse effects after long-time consumption is not adequately available. The people seem to lose weight very rapidly, and long-term effects of faster weight cannot be observed now. There have been quite a few studies which are available in scientific journals, even in India and abroad, which show that the effects are better than just planning a diet with plant-based or animal-based food. But there are no studies at the molecular level which prove some effects after prolonged consumption, whether it affects adversely or not. So there are certain advantages I have already discussed already. The recommendations that I can make from these studies, like if the larger community is switching to ready-made formula diet as an easy approach, the scientists need to conduct more advanced studies on the metabolic effects after the prolonged consumption. The positive as well as negative effects of the products need to be discussed with the people, those who are willing to consume the products. So they will have a scientific insight before choosing such strategies for weight management. And although the production or companies have their own research and development teams, they can be one-sided in projecting only the positive benefits because they are for-profit manufacturers. Seeing others transforming into better body measures and health, that should not be the only criteria of choice for such meal replacements and nutrition supplements which are commercial. So it has to be supported with more scientific data by third-party scientific research bodies and investigators. And this will offer better vision and more careful intervention into the product development, even by the manufacturers. Thank you, ma'am. Miss. Ma'am, over to you.
Madam, can you take a question?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
So please
Yes,
do
yes.
take the question.
Madam, are you aware that recently FSSAI issued one circular that most of the fine products in the market are 40% with high calories than the label claims? Are you aware of that?
Circular from whom, sir?
FSSAI.
No, sir. I have
It
not
is a
seen.
big news item.
Okay,
Because
okay.
you
I
are
have not seen.
recommending for the products which are maximum used for different type of purposes and have a lot of vigilance issues.
Yes.
If you are going to be sitting in the committee, will you recommend this food for change of products?
No, sir. I am not directly recommending. Rather, I am recommending more studies.
Straight question, direct, no indirect.
I have not got the question, sir.
Madam, will you recommend the processed food to be introduced as an alternative foods to your traditional foods? Do you recommend that?
At present, I will not recommend, sir, because I also
Fine.
don't have enough scientific data with me.
Fine.
Yes, but the case studies are showing positive health effects temporarily. Later on, the long-term effects are not yet studied. So I recommend that to be studied.
Fine.
Okay. So, sir, any other questions? Itankar sir, would you like to ask any questions?
Yeah, just like what Dinesh Kumar sir was asking, I would, request Dr. Anjali ma'am to look into the meal integration rather than meal replacement, and maybe that study could be more feasible to the community as well, while coping up with the issues of, say, weight loss or weight gain, both sides. So,
Yes,
what do you say, Anjali madam?
Yes, sir. Meal integration is a better concept, but still, again, as I said, that there has to be some scientific data which shows the studies based on long-term effects on metabolism, whether it is affecting adversely somewhere because of the conditioners and other machinery and processing methods used while making. So if that is there, it can be a proper meal integration and people will get a better choice because it is easier than including all the food sources which are plant-based or animals based. So that is the idea which has to be studied more. This is what I feel, sir.
Right, okay. And there was a term in your presentation that was called heart healthy diet. So what specifically you mean to say about that?
Yes, sir. Some concepts in presentation I did not discuss in detail. Heart healthy, like which has less fats and which may not like good kind of fatty acids, a proper combination of omega-3, omega-6, and also the antioxidants. So which will monitor the regulate the metabolic processes carefully. So basically, the diet which is low in fats and which will not lead to accumulation of any kind of this thing, narrowing the arteries later, creating the cardiac disorders.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and just a small note also that I'd just like to tell all the presenters kindly do not mention the names due to confidentiality issues. Do not mention the name of the subjects in your research work.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, I think moving to the next, can we ask Dr. Manjari if she's ready with her presentation?
Yes, madam. Am I audible, madam? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Will you share my PPT, madam? Yeah. Yeah, can I start? Hello?
Yes, sure.
Can I start?
Yes.
Yeah. So, good evening, everybody. Myself, Dr. Manjiri Ranade. I am sending greetings from Pratima Institute of Medical Sciences, Karimnagar, Telangana. So, my today's topic is homemade blenderized rice tube formula is equally efficient as commercial formula in terms of anthropometric and biochemical measurements in tertiary care neurological ICU, a single center study. So this is work area where I have done the study. Going through the previous research, what I found that in Indian intensive care units, malnutrition is leading cause of death and morbidity. There is a scarcity of information on the state of malnutrition in Indian neurological intensive care unit and the efficacy of homemade rice tube formula as compared to the commercial feed. Next slide, please. So the goals of the present study were to evaluate the nutritional status of neurological disorder patients, to prepare a home-based feed using locally available cereal and pulse combination, and to investigate the impact of two different rice tube formulas on the nutritional status. Next slide, please. Setting and study design. It was a single site prospective randomized comparative study conducted in the neurological intensive care unit of a tertiary care medical college hospital located in rural Telangana. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The participants who were included in the study were all participants above 18 years of age of both sexes admitted in neuro ICU of Pratima Hospital for various ailments needing enteral feeding who were admitted for more than 24 hours, and patients were in the study till enteral feeding was ceased or they are discharged from the ICU. The patients excluded were having ischemic bowel, bowel obstruction, exacerbation of inflammatory bowel diseases, acute variceal bleeding, patients who are hemodynamically unstable requiring inotropes, uncontrolled diabetes, and patients having renal or hepatic failure. Next slide, please. The ethical committee approval was taken. Patients were randomly assigned to receive 2 Rylstube formulas, one standard and one custom made. Randomization was achieved with computer-generated random number table. Patients' caloric needs were calculated by Harris-Benedict equation. Feeding schedule was monitored regularly by the primary investigator. Next slide, please. So 30 patients were included in each group. Group A was given commercial formula, while Group B was given a homemade Rylstube formula, which was calorically equivalent to the commercial formula. All feeds were given by intermittent boluses. They were started at 50 ml per hour and increased to 200 ml per hour if tolerated within next 2 days to achieve the target goal rate. Next feeds were withheld if residual volume was more than 50% of the previous feeding volume. Next slide, please. The Harris-Benedict equation was used to determine the patient's caloric requirements. During hospital stay, both groups received a comparable amount of Rylstube feeding. The impact of 2 different formulations was evaluated using quantitative indices, including weight, body mass index, triceps skin fold thickness, and biochemical measurement like serum albumin over a period of 2 weeks. Next slide, please. The demographic attributes of the participants is as shown in the table. The variables like age, sex, and diagnosis were assessed and were comparable in both groups, indicating non-significant p-value. Next slide, please. The statistical analysis. For statistical analysis, the standard deviation and mean were determined. The researchers used a paired t-test and two-tailed distribution. If the p-value was less than 0.05, it was considered significant. For data processing, open source software, OpenEPI 2007 was used. Next slide. So the main part of the research was preparation of blenderized food with cereal and pulse combinations which are economical and easily available. So the ingredients are as shown in the table. Rice was taken 20 grams, wheat 10 grams, ragi 5 grams, processed soybean 60 grams, green gram dal 10 grams, moat beans 5 grams, and the total amount was 110 grams. Next slide, please. Food safety. The food safety guidelines established by Food and Drug Administration was used for the safe preparation of the feeds. The formulation was of cereal pulse mixture. Enteral feeds were formulated with the commonly available, cost-effective and easily digestible indigenous protein-rich foods such as soybean, green gram dal, moat beans, along with the staple cereals such as rice, wheat and ragi, as cereal and pulse combination gives all the essential amino acids as well as energy. From the ingredients, wheat, green gram dal and rice were washed in water, dried and roasted and grinded. The ingredients and the quantity used are given in the previous table. The main part was development of amylase-rich flour. For preparing amylase-rich flour, moth beans and ragi in the above ingredients were soaked overnight for 2 to 3 volume of water, drained for excess water, germinated in dark for 24 hours, sun-dried for 5 to 6 hours, roasted on low flame to remove the excess moisture and grind into fine powder. Then it was made into a formulation for enteral feed. All the above ingredients were mixed together and kept in airtight bottle, and required quantities were taken each time for making a blend. It was 10 grams for each feed. Next slide, please. This is for the commercial formula. A local pharmacy provided the commercial formula that was used. Both the commercial as well as blenderized formulas have a calorie content of about 1 kilocalorie per ml. After dilution, both the formulations had nutritional properties that were almost identical in terms of calories. Next slide, please.
So in both classes, 30 patients were enrolled. On admission, the demographic profile of both the groups were identical as evidenced by the non-significant p-value. According to the sample parameters, there was no substantial difference between the two formula results on study parameters at the end of the study period, which was 8 weeks. Both formulas were equally efficacious for the selected nutritional assessment parameters during the study period. So these were the changes in the anthropometric as well as biochemical parameters. The change in anthropometric measurements like weight, body mass index, triceps skin fold thickness, and biochemical parameter serum albumin of the patients on admission in both groups was similar as shown by non-significant p-value. The malnutrition was uncommon on the admission as shown by the BMI values, and the change in above said parameters was not significant as shown by the p-value on the 8th day. Next slide, please. Now the most important part was the cost of the feed in rupees. So group A, which was a commercial formula, it was costing around 30 rupees for each feed, and for group B, which was a blenderized homemade formula, which was costing 15 rupees per feed. So next slide, please. So the conclusion on initial admission, malnutrition was uncommon in the neurological ICU. In terms of study parameters, both formulas were equally efficient. The homemade blenderized formula was 50% less expensive than the commercial formula, making it an important nutritional supplementation option for the deprived strata of the population. Thank you. I want to thank you,
Madam,
the
can I ask you a
NSI,
question, madam?
NCT. Yeah, sir, please.
Madam, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, yes, sir, please. Yes, sir.
Madam,
Yes, you
hello?
can ask, sir. Yes, sir,
Madam,
yes, sir.
the question is that you have taken ethical committee approval.
Yes, sir.
In ethics
Yes, sir,
committee.
yes, sir.
Which
sir.
ethics committee? As what study you have
Our
taken?
institutional, I'm working in a medical college hospital, sir,
That-
in Telangana, in Nagnur.
I-
So it is a medical college hospital, and we have an ethical committee, sir. So before
No, madam.
beginning the study.
Why I am telling
Hello.
you? Why I am telling you?
Yes, sir.
You have selected a
Yes, sir.
formula. That
Yes, sir.
formula, if it is US FDA approved, you have to do lot of submissions. I have not seen the submission details in the paper.
No, sir. Local institutional committee approval was taken, sir, from our college.
Anyway, madam, what I suggest you is, henceforth, if any such formulas, if you are developing, please see to it that the
Okay, sir.
certain.
Yes, sir.
Some approvals should be taken.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Because, madam,
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
they have to provide the details.
Yes, sir. Yes.
What type of documents you have submitted
yes.
to ethics committee is it? Because I encourage to make the formula, but it should be thoroughly studied on the safety issue of it. You might have collected a raw material from one place, other place, it is free of materials, toxins, and all those things.
Yes.
It is a trial which you are doing on a huge population. Anyway, luckily these are all approved ingredients, but you have to take care of it in future. That's all.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. So now I think moving to the last presenter, I now invite Dr. Parita Barapatre. She's going to speak on effect of pepper lungam with honey as a traditional nutraceutical in the management of obesity. So over to you, Dr. Parita.
Good evening, everyone. This is Parita Barapatre. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. My topic is long pepper with honey as a nutraceutical in management of obesity, a review study. Next slide, please. Are the slides zoomed in properly?
Yes, we can see.
This is a PDF format for me, so I'll run the PDF format.
Is nutraceutical. Next slide. Nutraceutical is any substance that is a food or a part of food and provides medical or health benefits, including the prevention and treatment of disease. Next slide. Origins. Although the term has been coined in 1989, which is very recent, but natural herbs, food and spices are being used as medicine for centuries in Asian countries like India, Egypt, China, Sumer. Next slide, please. Can Ayurvedicals be the new genre? A typical Indian diet consists of many types of gourds and leafy vegetables, spices, herbs, legumes, and seeds that are rich in phytonutrients, carotenoids, phenols, polyphenols, alkaloids, flavonoids, which impart favorable health-related outcomes singularly or in synergistic combinations.
Rita, can we
Next
go to
slide.
your study, beta, instead of you telling us the theory? Yeah. Have you done a study? Okay. Sure.
Yes, ma'am. Review of this study was done from randomized control trial of Madhupipali in management of Sthaulya with special reference to obesity. This study has been done in our department. Assessment was done on the basis of objective parameters like weight in kg, BMI, Ponder's index, waist hip ratio, abdominal girth, mid-arm circumference. Result is mentioned here. We will move to next slide and see final result. On comparing, there was overall improvement of 74.65 in experimental group that was given Madhupipali, which is long pepper and honey, and 60.92% in control group that was given Madhudak, which is honey with water. Discussion. In the study, efficacy of Madhupipali as an anti-obesity formulation has been studied. Madhupipali has been mentioned to be anti-obesity agent in Bhav Prakash Nighantu, which is a classical Ayurvedic text. Madhu and Pipali's properties are given here. Next slide, it is mentioned. Previous slide, please. In this slide, in the classical text, they have mentioned to not use the Pipali for longer duration in more dose. So here they have put emphasis on dose of Pipali. And if it is given for longer duration, it may cause side effects like hyperacidity, bleeding, tendencies, hair fall, often ulcers, and even infertility in some cases. In the study that I reviewed, the dose of Pipali was 500 mg BD. It was given for 90 days along with 5 ml honey. Okay. It was well tolerated in most of the cases. However, 3 patients reported side effects. Here I have mentioned a reference paper where toxicity study in mice has been carried out and the dose has been toxic dose has been given. Recommendations. It is highly recommended to use long pepper with honey as a nutraceutical in management of obesity, but in appropriate doses. Although it is a herbal product, its dose should be regulated. I have mentioned possible formulations in which Madhupipali can be used. Thank you. Thank you, Organizing Committee, for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Parita. And sir, Dr. Dinesh sir and Dr. Itankar sir.
Madam, she has presented a ayurvedical rather than a nutraceutical. Am I right, madam?
Yes, sir.
So how will you relate this as a nutraceutical? It is a ayurvedical. It is a ayush drug. Am I right?
Sir, as per the definition, it is a part of food.
Okay, fine. Very good. Right. Thank you.
Okay,
Kavita,
sir.
I
Thank you.
too have got question.
Yes, ma'am.
Kavita, can I ask?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Madam, I just want to know, is there any dietary restrictions or dietary recommendations was given along with this Ayurvedic formulations?
Yes, ma'am. It was used as adjuvant to diet and mild exercise.
Okay. And who recommended the diet? It was an Ayurvedic diet which was recommended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the formulation which you used is available in the market, or you prepared it and given it to the patients?
Ma'am, it was given in powder format, which we call churna, along with honey. It is mixed and
No, that
consumed.
churna is available where? In the market, or you have made it in your college itself?
It's available in the market, but it wasn't my study. I have reviewed it, but the researcher usually views medicine from his own side.
Okay, got it.
Yes,
It was not your study?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it was a review article, I suppose. But I just want to add here, when you use Ayurvedic formulation, its safety and efficacy, when you do it in-house, I don't know, but it needs to be studied, I suppose. Itankar sir would elaborate more on that probably.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yes.
But some things like, do you know what kind of a mechanism is involved, mechanism of action when you use Pipali Churna?
Sir, according to Ayurveda, I can explain, but I tried to find out according to modern science, but I could not get any.
Okay, so that is still a question from your side. Okay, you have not gone into that mechanism of action.
Sir, I could
Why
not
honey?
find any.
And another question would be, when it is Pipali Churna, probably it shows the activity. But why honey only? Why not any other medium?
Sir, there is a concept called Anupan in Ayurveda. Anupan is usually the carrier. So honey is used as a carrier for the drug. Also, it is itself called Vilekhan, which means it has scrapping action, and it is Medagna as well, which is opposite of obesity, anti-obesity.
Okay, fine. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Okay. Itankar sir, I just want to add, basically this piperine will be having the thermodynamic effect in terms of it leads to thermogenesis that helps in burning up the fat basically. It has a thermogenic effect.
Yeah, that is true. And that's why she mentioned the dose as well as the adverse effects.
Yeah.
So for Pitta Prakriti people, it will not be advisable to consume more of Pipali. Right. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, I think that was a wonderful session, and I would just like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the judges, Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, Dr. Prakash Itankar sir, for your valuable time and your judgment, and hope we'll get the judgment sheet soon. And also, I would just like to add that we still have to go a long way. So we need to think as a researcher, we need to work as a researcher. There's so many things which we still need to learn maybe from our guide. And I think we need to put a habit of reading articles. I think that is most of us, we do not have. So that would be, I think, a one line carry home message for all the young budding students who are there. And most important is even understanding statistics, understanding the efficacy and the safety of a particular product, what you are going to use on the subjects. I think that is the take home message what we can get from our the research thing. And thank you so much, the scientific committee, Dr. Kavita Bakshi, Dr. Rita Bhargav, and also thank you team, the NSI Nagpur chapter. In fact, Professor Ayan Radha Madam, Dr. Rekha Sharma ma'am, Dr. Shakti Sharma, and Vinita Mehta. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity, and hope we are going to have many more research papers in 2023. So thank you. And from this, I just would like to hand over it to the host, that is Shakti, Dr. Shakti and Vinita Mehta. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir and Dr. Tankar sir for judging today's session. With this, we come to end to the first day of our national conference. Tomorrow again, we will start with the plenary session at 3 p.m. sharp.
Madam, we will submit you the judgment score today evening.
Sir.
So through WhatsApp, sir, sir, we'll be in touch. We'll just so my mail or through WhatsApp.
Yes, sir.
Dinesh sir, you can WhatsApp me.
With
Or Dr.
permission,
Shakti Sharma.
with permission of the convener, ma'am, shall we close for today and resume the conference tomorrow, 3 p.m.
Yes,
sharp?
yes, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
everyone
very
for
much, ma'am.
beautiful sessions. Thank you, Dr. Kavita, both Kavitas and Dr. Rita for handling this session very gracefully. बहुत अच्छे से किया, बहुत बढ़िया हो गया. And thank you all the presenters. At least you have courage to present your paper. That was important. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I'll end the meeting now. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Inta is not there. I thought we can just